Let's go, baby. Chatterbox Bengals. Week 10. We're in here. We're ready to rock, and we're early. We're early, but the guys we're holding it down over at Champions. Bar is on the other side of Cincinnati from my house, so if I wanted to do the normal ordeal here with you all, couldn't make it. So shout out to Elliot, Casey, and Reed for holding it down at the live show. They did a great job. Happy to take it from here. Hopefully we get a Bengals win, fellas. Hopefully we get a Bengals win. I was talking to some people about how big this game is. Obviously, it'd be the Bengals' first win over a real meaningful team, and that would mean a lot. So I have playoff pants that I wore through both playoff runs. They've gotten a lot of wins in them, and that's why I'm not wearing a jersey today. I have the pants on, so let's go, baby. It's a playoff game. It's playoff games the rest of the way out, but this one's big. You win this one, you're right back in the mix. So Bengals need it. Bengals need it real bad. Whew. Hooday, everybody. Big time shout out to everyone in the chat. We got AJ Worse, RoboBuck, Maverick, Charles, T. Brookie. Welcome in, everybody. Happy to be here. Primetime games are always the best. Always the best. Backs against the wall, got to come out fighting. That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. No other option. Whew. How are we feeling, chat? How are we feeling about the game? Are we thinking the Bengals are going to win? I took the Bengals, but I always take the Bengals. You know, if you watch this show, watch Off the Bench, you know how I operate. I always rock with the squad. Unprofessional, got some audio playing. Ready to rock. I'm nervous. I'm not going to lie to you guys. We got to like our way to a victory. That's absolutely right. Lamar versus Burrow, they're probably playing the two best out of any quarterbacks in the whole league right now. I mean, this is such a great primetime matchup. This is what primetime football is supposed to be. We need this one. That's right, Joe. We need this one. Get back on track. Start beating the good teams. Prove we're a good team, too. Feels like a victory. I sure hope you're right, Charles. I sure hope you're right. Everyone seems optimistic. I love the good vibes. This thing's killing me. There we go. I do not like these Ravens helmets. Ravens with the special helmets. I am not a fan. All purple in the prime time for the Ravens. The All Blacks much scarier. They're missing out on a good opportunity. Too much purple. I agree. I agree. Here we go. John Silvani, welcome in. Welcome in. We're almost ready to rock. 8:10. Got to get some last-minute wagers in. Time to cook, boys. We got to do it for Ben. That's right, Mouse Cop. Do it for Ben. We love Ben. $35-24 prediction. I'd take that. I'd take that. Still pissed about game one, John. I absolutely agree. I agree. This season would be looking a lot different if we were sitting at 5-4 instead of 4-5. You absolutely need to beat the teams you're supposed to beat, and that's not something the Bengals did early this season with the Patriots coming to town. Very frustrating. But we're here, and we're in the bed we've made, so got to do what you got to do. Got to keep them under 30. That's right. Got to keep them under 30 and got to score 30 ourselves. We've had blips this season where the offense has disappeared. So, I certainly hope they're able to pull it out. No push-ups tonight. I think this one's going to be a blowout. No push-ups tonight. No physical activity after 10 p.m. That's what my doctor told me. So, it's going to be too late for me to be breaking a sweat. Quinn, people forget Lamar's 0-1 against Daniel Jones. They do forget that. Everyone talks about how he only has one loss against the NFC. They never bring up that it was Daniel Jones that beat him. So, Ravens lost to Gardner Minshew earlier this year. It's obviously possible for them to lose. They lost to Jameis Winston and the Browns. This is a beatable team no matter how good they look. Lamar's Bengals record, which has been talked about quite a bit this week, it's not as meaningful of a stat as it may seem. It's bolstered by wins over a lot of bad teams. Joe Burrow's been injured. I don't know. I feel like it's talked about a little bit more than it needs to be. Burrow's gonna have to play out of his mind. You got to put up big time numbers in this one. Bengals plus 6.5. You locked in, Craig? I'm locked in. I have a big time live boost on an unnamed sportsbook, no free ads. So I'm waiting until the game starts to get in on money line. But I already took the plus 6.5. I think it's easy money. Everett Houday, welcome in. Welcome in. Vibes are high. How many songs do you think we're singing tonight, chat? How many songs do you think we're singing tonight? I want some guesses in the chat. I'm going to guess we sing 4 songs. I'm going to guess we sing 4 songs tonight. Because it's a 31-27 Bengals win in Baltimore. That's my guess. 4 songs and a McPherson field goal. What do you guys think? 6 songs? 7 songs? Oh, boy. Oh, boy, that'd be fun. I might get a little hoarse. I got off the bench in the morning. I don't know if 7 songs, man. I get tired. I think 4 is a good number, guys. 34-27. I don't hate that either. Get a field goal at the end of the half. Betting 50 on the over of 4 songs. We'll take the super chats if you guys will give them. Bengals, not a great start to the season, but thank God they're not in 4th. You can always rely on the Browns to take that up. So, about to get underway here. I love these white uniforms, man. I got to get me a white jersey. I don't have a white Bengals jersey. I want to get a Mims one. I think he's been so great for us so far this year. I think I'm gonna get a Mims jersey. Support the offensive line. Justin Tucker's kicking it away to the Bengals. We're underway here, which means I have to mess with the scoreboard. Burrow out of the gun on 1st and 10. Boys, we got to score early and score often. It's not optional tonight. Burrow's passing on 1st down. It's a check down to Chase Brown. He's going to get a lot of action tonight. I know they traded for Khalil Herbert, but I would not expect, after only being in town for what? 48 hours? 24 hours? He got here on the trade deadline, so just about 48 hours. I wouldn't expect him to get too much action. I mean, you're going to have to use him just because there's not many other options on the Bengals. We'll see. No push-ups. We already said no push-ups. Well, maybe if the Bengals blow him out. Burrow's passing down 2nd and 3. He fires over the middle. It's Jamar Chase. 1st down, Bengals. There we go, baby. Orange Chad jersey's good stuff. I have a Terrell Owens Bengals jersey hiding somewhere. I'll have to break that out at some point. That's one of my favorite ones. I love getting the obscure players. 1st and 10 for the Bengals. 14 minutes to go now. Already 1 minute into this drive. Roquan Smith's dirty. We knew that. Chat. We knew Roquan Smith was dirty. He said that's what happens when you play the Ravens when Burrow got hurt. It's not a good guy. It's a handoff up the gut. It's Chase Brown. He only gets a yard. Ravens drop him down about 6 yards behind the line of scrimmage well after the play. You know it's going to be a thing with this team. Man, these helmets stink. I hate these all-purple uniforms. Such an eyesore. Reminds me of the old Thursday Night Football Color Rush uniforms, how over half the league really stunk. I would like Smith on my team. That's proof right there that I don't feel the same way about semi-dirty linebackers when they're on your team. 2nd and 9 now for the Bengals after the 1-yard run. Burrow's in the empty set. He fires over the middle. It's high, intended for Burton. Early target for Jermaine Burton. Guarded by Marlon Humphrey. Ball's high. It falls incomplete. 3rd and 9. Nice to see Burton inactive. Nice to see Burton and active. Have to clear that up with him so far this year. It's certainly been a question about whether or not he'd be on the game day rosters. Getting him in the mix early, it's a must without T. Higgins. I love him on the field now. He's a really, really talented player. Hopefully he makes a difference in this one. He's at the top of your screen with Gesicki, Chase at the bottom. Burrow drops back to pass. Forced to run, he throws. It's caught by Chase. First down and more to the 30. Boom, baby. We're cooking early. First down, Bengals. Keep moving those sticks. I love it. You all wanted Burton. Great catch. Come on, David Shaw. That was a perfectly fine play. It was a very high pass and great coverage by an all-pro corner. Come on. Great play by Burrow moving up in the pocket to fire to Chase. And if you notice there on that camera angle on the replay, Burton broke deep, had a few steps. He's going to make a difference in this game, folks. Just wait. It's a run to Chase Brown. He's hit in the backfield, but able to shrug off the tackle and pick up 2. Maybe more like 1. It's going to be second down for the Bengals. I was right. Al Michaels was wrong. Gain of 2. Second and 8. Make sure we're getting likes, boys. You got to start early and often. Bengals have to score on basically every drive in order to win this game. And we got to score here, which means we need likes here. Touchdowns come from likes. So we're going to need to stack them up here early. It's a run on second down. Brings up third. Bengals going in a hurry up here. Ball's inside the 25, not quite to the 24. It's 3rd and 4. Burrow's in the shotgun, slows it down. He's getting a play call. I love this Prime Vision, the circling the blitzers and everything. I think Amazon Prime's done a really good job with these Thursday Night Football broadcasts. Burrow changing the play here on 3rd down. Chase up to block. Chase Brown, that is. Burrow empty set. As Brown releases, Burrow fires over the middle. It's caught by Yoshibas inside the 10, down to the 5. Another first down for the Cincinnati Bengals. There we go, Yoshi. Love to see it. 1st and goal now for the Bengals. Love to see Yoshi making a difference. Finding a soft spot in the zone, making a catch. Phenomenal play. Burrow and Yoshi, love to see that. Love to see the offense clicking early. Certainly seems like it. Lamar Jackson on the bench, and that's how you're going to win this game, is you keep him there. Easiest way to stop this Ravens offense is to keep him off the field, so you got to do that. Burrow fires. It's Gesicki out at about the 2. They're calling that a catch, so it's going to be 2nd and goal from the 2. Harbaugh looking to challenge whether or not that was a catch by Gesicki. He throws the challenge flag before the Bengals are able to get the playoff, and now the refs are stopping it to take a look at this one. Challenging whether or not this was a catch by Mike Gesicki. Certainly looks like the knee's down with possession. Does he control it all the way out of bounds? Maybe not. Hamilton might knock that ball out. It just depends on when they rule the process of the catch done. It's 2nd and goal either way. It's a matter of a few yards. But the broadcast is going to step away as they take a look at this one. Certainly inbounds. It's just going to be about whether they say he was done making the catch before it popped out there at the end. Call stands as the guest in the chat. I hope so. That would be my guess as well. Seems like a lot to overturn there. Good start by the Bengals. Closing in on a 5-minute opening drive here. We know Craig Sandlin, who will join me after this game for a post-game show, says Hope Harbaugh is happy challenging a 3-yard gain on 1st down. Harbaugh is the worst challenging coach in the entire league by a wide margin. He absolutely stinks. So no surprise here to see questionable challenge. he hits at the lowest percentage of any coach by a lot. So no question here to see him challenge a really close play here. And we'll see what happens. Well, Zach's certainly not a great challenger either, but he's no Harbaugh. He's no Harbaugh. We got some debate in the chat whether or not this is going to be overturned. Make your guesses known. Make your guesses known. We'll see what happens when we come back from this commercial break. I think that call is going to stand. I think it's super close. I don't know that you can overturn it. Either way, it's 3 yards on first down. It's not like it's a huge deal for the Bengals. As a Jamar Chase touchdown bet holder, I kind of need this to be overturned. I like the more space. It'll keep you throwing the ball. We got a chat poll question here. Will they overturn it? I'm saying no. What do you guys think? Ruling on the field stands as called. It is a catch. Dumb challenge by the Ravens as it stands. Even if it was overturned, it was a useless challenge. So, Bengals second goal from the 2. Burrow's throwing. Pressured, scrambled, throws back of the end zone. Just over the outstretched arms of Jamar Chase. Looking for a flag, but he can't get it. John, I know. Still got it. Third and goal now at the 2 for this Bengals offense on the opening drive. Chase Brown joins Burrow in the backfield. Gesicki, Hudson, Sample, and Chase, the available receivers on the field. It's a timeout for the Ravens. Baltimore now using their second timeout on this opening drive. 9:40 remaining in the first quarter, and Baltimore are down to one timeout in what I think everyone kind of expects to be a very close game. So, not great. Yeah, AJ, how are you watching this on TV in the first place, brother? I thought it was a Prime exclusive. Everyone's Prime should be pretty close to each other, if I had to guess. That's why these primetime games rock. Burrow in the shotgun, Hudson, Chase, Gesicki at the bottom of your screen, Sample at the top. It's the same formation from before the timeout. Burrow pumps at the top of his fake. Now he's forced to run. He's running for his life. He fires that ball out of bounds. It's going to be 4th and goal from the 2. Nothing coming from a great first drive. Hopefully 3 here after the kick. Wonder if the Bengals are going to go for it. Burrow motioning as if they're going to run a play. I would like to go for this one. That would certainly be a fun start. Offense in the huddle. It looks like they will. Love the aggression here by Zach Taylor. This is a game where you got to be aggressive. Absolutely have to be aggressive. You're in a chess match here as the Bengals offensive play caller with a rookie DC for Baltimore. You got to go for it here and capitalize on a great first drive. You're here over a 5-minute first drive. You got to make something happen. Yoshivas Gesicki at the bottom of your screen. Chase Brown, Jamar Chase at the top. Burrow's looking at Jamar all day. He's scrambling. He's pressured. He's throwing to the end zone. Wide open Chase Brown. Ball's high. It's incomplete, but there's a flag in the back of the end zone. We'll see what it is. Maybe the Bengals get second life here. Chase Brown was wide open. Looks like it's going to be defensive holding here. Automatic first down for the Bengals. Boom! We'll take it any way it can come. Jamar Chase is going to beat you if you don't hold him. So what do the Ravens do? They hold him. It's an automatic first down for the Bengals. And Burrow absolutely would have had Chase on an out-breaking route if not for that hold. So you're going to have first and goal from the 1, and the Bengals are going to try to score here. It's Sample and Chase Brown in the backfield. It's a handoff up the gut to Chase Brown, and he's in, baby! Woohoo! We get an opening drive song. Let's go. Chase Brown, opening touchdown for the Bengals. 12 plays, 70 yards, 5 minutes and 37 seconds. We're singing it early. We're singing it early. This team has been able to start hot pretty consistently this year. Even in the games where they've struggled to put up points, they've scored on their first drive, or at least a kick return. In the case of the Cleveland game. Is it a bailout if they actually hold? I think it's only a bailout if they don't commit the penalty. I think at that point you just blame them. A 70-yard, 5.5-minute drive. No, not much more you can ask for. That's a phenomenal start. Extra point is good. So you guys know what that means. That means we're singing. And we're singing early, and hopefully we're singing often. Because I know a lot of people at over 4.5. I'm fine singing over 4.5. These vocal cords aren't any good, so who cares if they get stressed out? But 5.5 minutes into this game, we already hear that Bengal growling, mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling, lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Hoo hoo hoo, run past her boot. Hoo hoo hoo, and defensively he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals, that's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals, put some points up on that board and win the game for Cincinnati. Woo! Chase Brown caps off a beautiful opening drive with a touchdown. Bengals up 7-0 in Baltimore. Revenge game for Joe Burrow and a great start for this Bengals offense. Hopefully the defense can match. Whew! I really, really hope. Yeah, AJ, no, you're definitely right. You're definitely right. Big time bailout by that Ravens defender. No need to hold there. Otherwise, you probably would get beat by Jamar Chase, so I don't know if I blame him. Give yourself a chance. But the Bengals capitalize. Chase Brown touchdown. Love to see it. It would have been pretty funny if the Bengals would have brought in Khalil Herbert for the short yardage carry. First carry as a Bengal touchdown. That would have been pretty cool. No push-ups. Please, guys. Please don't make me do push-ups. I don't know if I can do it. It's going to be so late. I don't know if I can do push-ups. But I will if I have to. I will if I have to. If that's what's going to get the Bengals to win, then I'll do it if I have to. Game day. Hope you win that bet. Hope you win that bet, game day. Great start. Great start. Bengals live odds now 2.5. Thanks, David Shaw. Certainly hope that keeps moving in that direction. Herbert first TD. I sprinkled it as well. Elliott said today that he was sore. I'm on one of our other shows, Off the Bench. Elliott Rearing decided that he was going to follow along with the push-up theme and do push-ups for the likes in the chat a couple days ago, and he was stuck doing 100 push-ups, and Justin Kinner and myself helped a little bit with some of those, but he took the bulk of them. He did a very good job, and he asked today why he was so sore, and I had to remind him that he did a ton of push-ups. He seemed to have forgotten, so not all the way recovered, but certainly working there. Another big-time shout-out to Elliott and the fellas for holding it down at Champions today. McPherson sends it deep after the Bengals touchdown. Hopefully the defense can get a stop to open this one. 3 sacks would be crazy, Riptube. 3 sacks would be crazy. I'm with you there, AJ. I'm with you there, AJ. I hate a 2.5 point line. No T. Higgins today. No T. Higgins today. No Orlando Brown as well, but didn't seem to affect the Bengals on drive number 1. Lamar Jackson in at quarterback, obviously, for the Ravens. One of the best players in the league, the MVP frontrunner. Mark Andrews at tight end, and he's who we're going to see all day because Isaiah Likely is out. Charlie Kolar made a difference last week, but it was all Andrews and Likely. It's a deep ball on the opening play of the game to Rashad Bateman, broken up by Cam Taylor-Britt. Early seatbelt from the CB1, number 29. Hopefully he can come into his own down the stretch in this season. great ball skills he's always had. Would have been great to catch that pick. Certainly looked close. We'll see on this replay. It's just a wheel route off the motion for Rashad Bateman. Full extension for Taylor Britt. He almost caught that, man. Got both hands on the ball just a little bit above those fingertips. Whew. Lily, don't get it twisted. I know who's to blame. We need this Bengals to get a stop here, though. It's a run up the gut to Derrick Henry. He is pushing forward for 5 or 6. Looked like you were going to be able to bring him down for about 1, but he meanders through the crowd and picks up 5. Third down now for the Ravens after the opening incompletion in that run. Henry coming out. Don't think he's going to get as many carries as we've seen so far because Keaton Mitchell is activated. And at this point, we're going to see Justice Hill in the game, the other Ravens running back. But Keaton Mitchell, the second-year player out of East Carolina, a really, really exciting young running back who Justice Hill brought down by B.J. Hill. Hill on Hill crime, forcing the 4th down. Looked like B.J. might have gotten his hands a little high there, but no flags on the field, which means it was a legal play. Love to see that. Great play by B.J. Hill. Stop on the first drive. 3 and out. No grab of the face mask. Just a quick tap on the front of the helmet. Good awareness by B.J. Hill to get his hands off of there. Great, great play. 3 and out. Ravens punting away. Game day 5-1-3. You're a winner. Congrats, brother. That's a good bet. Levi Stout to punt it away now for the Ravens. Trenton Irwin back to return. He catches that ball out of bounds at the 9. Bengals going to have to go 90-ish yards to go and put more points on the board. Great, great, great opening drive for the Cincinnati Bengals. Gotta hope they can keep it up. Just keep going down the field and scoring. That's all I want. That's all I want is 1 billion points. 1 billion points. That's all I want. Good start, though. Both sides of the ball, good start. Need another 7. That's absolutely right. Stop zooming in on that wrist. We don't need that nonsense. Burrow takes the ball in the shotgun. Ball's at the 10. He's hit as he throws. That ball falls harmlessly to the ground. Scary play there. Odafe Owe with the pressure. Ravens have been able to hit on a lot of pass rushers in the draft. Cody Ford's got to be better. Cody Ford's got to be better. You got to slow that down at least a little bit more. I don't expect you to win every matchup tonight, but you got to slow that down a little bit more. You got to give Joe Burrow some time, especially when you're backed up this far. Second 10, ball is at the 10. You got to go 90 to score. Pressure again, but Burrow's able to scramble away. He sets up to throw. That pass almost intercepted, but just knocked away. Washington defending. Very dangerous play. Lucky to keep the ball. Marius Mims gets beat to the inside, but he's able to just take the defender out of the play. Burrow finds a decent area to throw the ball, but just makes a questionable decision there, trying to get it to Gesicki. Got to get that ball up more and in front of him if you're going to make that throw. It's 3rd and 10 now for the Bengals. Again, backed up, ball on the 10. You'd love to at least get one first down before you punt it away. Facing a 3 and out here, 3rd and long. Bengals use the first timeout of the game with 7:44 left on the clock. One year to the NFL week from that Joe Burrow injury, and as they're reporting now on the broadcast, this the best he's felt at any point since that surgery. Certainly hope every week we progress, you feel better and better, so naturally that would be the case. Could use a big play here. 3rd and 10, backed up at the 10. Sample and Hudson, 2 tight ends in the backfield. You got Burton and Yoshivas at the top of your screen. Chase at the bottom. Burrow's passing. Ravens are bringing the heat. It's protected. Ball goes to Chase. No flag, and he is mad about it. Now there is a flag. Maybe on the rookie, Nate Wiggins. Pass interference, defense number 2. Love to hear that. Keep the drive alive, baby. So, some pretty clear chants going on through the TV here in Baltimore. Fans not happy about that call. Very late flag, but hey, we'll take it. Gesicki in motion on 1st and 10. Now it's a pitch to Chase Brown. He takes it up the gut. It's 2-3. He stays on his feet to about the 30. Love that. Chase Brown rocks, man. Chase Brown rocks. 27 carries for 120 yards last week. Bengals bring in Khalil Herbert from the Bears to be the second running back in this backfield now that Zach Moss is injured and potentially out for the season with a neck injury. But Chase Brown's definitely going to be the running back 1. He's been so good this year. It's a play-action pass now. Burrow, there's pressure again. He finds Brown for the check down, 1st down. Ball nearing the 40. It's going to be at the 37. There's a shot of Herbert there on the bench wearing 34, most recently donned by Samaje Perine. Herbert's had 1,800 yards in his 4 seasons on 372 carries, 9 touchdowns. He's been a very productive running back, a guy that I really, really liked on the trade block. Glad we got him. Certainly wish the Bengals would have made more moves, but that doesn't make that any worse of a move. Good addition to the backfield. It's going to help this team win games. It's another handoff to Brown, who picks up about 6. Flag on the play. This one's going to come back. Excuse me. This one's going to come back, though. Flag's on Karras. Karras just can't get around the edge there and get a hold of Josh Tupou, so Karras just knocks down to the ground and brings down the D lineman with him. Exactly what freed up the play, so fair play to throw the flag. Chase in motion here on 1st and 20. Burrow fires now. It's Gesicki. Makes one man miss. Brought down by Roquan Smith at about the original line of scrimmage. It's a gain of 10 for the tight end. Second and 11, just a gain of 9 for Gesicki. Zach Orr, Ravens defensive coordinator, trying to get a stop. Burrow in the shotgun. He's throwing again. He fires. It's caught by Hudson. Cannot get there, but makes it 3rd and very short. Whew. 3rd and 2. 3rd and 2. Again, Lamar Jackson on the bench. Has been that way for most of the first quarter, which is great to see. 3rd and 2. Got to convert to keep it that way. Ravens defense crowding the line of scrimmage. Play clock ticking down. Bengals get the snap off. It's another pass. Good pass pickup by Chase Brown. It's caught by Jamar Chase. Great play by both Chases in the Bengals offense. It's another 1st down for the Bengals. Keep moving those sticks, baby. Love the sustained drives here. A lot of possession for the Bengals here early in this one. Chase Brown, wonderful pass pickup on 3rd and short there on Roquan Smith. Certainly no slouch. And Chase Brown takes him right out of the play. Love to see that. Chase Brown getting better in every single facet of the game you ask him to. He's been awesome this year and continues to get better every single week. Love that. Here's a run to Brown, who picks up 5. More as he falls forward 7. Wow, Chase Brown's been so good, man. See, guys, this is why we didn't re-sign Jesse Bates. It was all a big picture plan to have Chase Brown wear number 30, because 30 looks great on a running back. I think it looks real fast in our font. It's real sleek. So you couldn't have Jesse Bates stick around. I guess he wears 3 now, so that spin zone doesn't work. 2nd and 3 now for the Bengals. It's a play-action pass as Burrow fires downfield. Yoshivas had fallen down, still almost makes the play, but unable to. Nate Wiggins in coverage. 3rd and 3 for the Bengals. Got to pick it up again. Have had success so far today, but more or less kudos to flags. This a 9-play, 50-yard drive so far in about 5 minutes. Got to pick this one up. 3rd and 3 for the Bengals with about 3 minutes to go here in the first quarter. Bengals have dominated so far, but doesn't you no good if you're going to punt this ball away. Burrow pressured. He's scrambling. Is he going to have time to get this ball away? He does, to the sideline. Incomplete. Gesicki wants another flag, but the Bengals not going to get this one. 4th and 3 for the Bengals. Not sure what you're going to do here. Kind of in no man's land. Do you kick this field goal or do you stay aggressive and go for it again? I would love to go for this again. Stay aggressive. Keep your foot on the gas. Offense has looked good. This is what the people want. The people want you to believe in your quarterback, and that's what Zach Taylor's going to do. Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, the Bengals offense on the field for this one. Yoshivas, Burton, Gesicki, and Chase Brown on the field as well. 4th and 3 from the 39 for this Bengals offense. 2nd drive of the game. Burrow's going to pass. It's a straight drop back. He's pressured. It's a deep ball. It's far for Burton. It's incomplete. About 5 yards in front of him. Bengals are going to turn the ball over on downs on their 2nd drive of the game. Ravens will take over. Not sure how that's the play call on that one. A deep fade ball to Jermaine Burton certainly doesn't seem like the best decision there, but we'll live and we'll learn. We'll have to look and see if there were other options on that when we get a chance to see the film, but you have to assume there were. You're not drawing a play like that on 4th down. But anyway, Bengals turn it over on 4 downs. Ravens are going to take over at about the 39-yard line. I don't love not running the ball there if you're going to go for it on 4th down. That's a great point by the chat. You got to run the ball on 3rd down if you know you're going to go for it on 4th. I would like that. Frustrating 2nd drive, but the Bengals still have the lead. Defense looks good in the opening drive. Got the Ravens to punt, so we'll see what happens here. Oh, man, that stinks. No Name says Burton stopped his route. Man, I hope that's not true. Really hope that's not true. Bringing the pressure is absolutely right. Bengals are struggling. Burrow's running for his life. Hasn't been brought down too many times yet, but certainly running for his life so far tonight. Hasn't been brought down at all. Man, it feels like he has. Burrow has not been sacked today, but he's running all over the field trying to salvage these plays. I see Craig saying we should have kicked it there. I don't necessarily disagree, but I also wasn't the one killing him for kicking it earlier this season. I I don't think you can flip-flop if you're the general fan base here. You've wanted Zach Taylor to go for it on those situations all year long instead of settling for long field goals. I don't know. That's certainly a tough one. A 2-score lead would have been beautiful here. A 10-point lead in this game would have been awesome. 1st and 10 for the Ravens. Turn the page, move on, fellas. Offsides, Ravens jump, move them back. Move them back. Love that. We grade process, not results here. We grade process, not results here. Did you guys like the decision to go for it? Yes or no? Michael Rolfe with a super chat. Thank you, guys. We really appreciate all the support. Michael Rolfe says, Jacob Dissett sounds like a young Dan Horde out here. Hooday. That means a lot. Dan Horde's one of the best in the business. It means a lot. I appreciate it, guys. It's a handoff up the gut to Derrick Henry. Gets to about the 40 here as the Ravens are going the other way after the Bengals turnover. Definitely should have went for it there. They haven't been stopped all night. I think that's absolutely fair. But just got to make sure we're not killing Zach Taylor for results here when stuff doesn't work. Because if McPherson went out there and kicked a 58-yard field goal and missed it, we'd be just as mad. 2nd and 11 for the Ravens. It's a pass from Lamar Jackson. He has Andrews for the first down downfield. Andrews got a step on Jordan Battle. Andrews really started to break out, really from that last Bengals matchup with the Ravens. There just routes up Jordan Battle. Andrews has tortured the Bengals for a long, long time. Eight first downs for the Bengals. That's the first for the Ravens. Zay Flowers in motion here. Lamar Jackson fires the ball incomplete. Second and 10 for the Ravens now on the other side of the 50 after the big play by Mark Andrews. Lamar Jackson drops back to pass again. Running back's in the flat if he needs him. Forced out of the pocket to run, but we all know he's more dangerous that way. Makes one man miss, runs for the first down before he's tracked down by Joseph Osai. Pressure on Lamar Jackson. Usually you get excited when you pressure a quarterback. When Lamar Jackson starts running, I just get more and more nervous. There you see why. Picks up the first down after being forced out of the pocket on 2nd and long. Good pressure by Joseph Osai and B.J. Hill. Then Lamar makes Logan Wilson miss before Osai tracks him down. Such a dangerous runner. 3rd and 1. Ravens were not given the first down, and that's important as the Bengals hold up the run game here and force a 4th down, but there is a flag on the play. Stopping the 3rd down does not matter because the Bengals had 12 men on the field. Jermaine Pratt didn't get off in time following the substitution. And the Bengals get flagged for it. First down for the Ravens. First down now for Baltimore, just outside the 30. It's a handoff. No, it's play action. Jackson rolls out. He fires. He has Zay Flowers, who works back towards the line of scrimmage before going upfield. It's a first down. Wrapped up by Jordan Battle. Zay Flowers is a great player. He's a really, really good wide receiver. Thought that was a run for sure with Ricard in the game. I formation with Derrick Henry, but a great play call there by Todd Monken in this Ravens offense. Zay Flowers makes Cam Taylor-Britt miss, picks up the first down. Ravens moving the ball here with relative ease. First quarter ticking away. We're going to go to the second. Good quarter by the Bengals. Look, you'd like to capitalize on that fourth down, keep that drive alive, get some points on the board, but you got to be happy with how this game's gone so far for the Bengals. That opening drive was a hot knife through butter straight down the field for a touchdown. Second drive, you moved the ball well until fourth down. You get stopped on second because your receiver falls down. You don't get the yardage on third and fourth, and you turn the ball over. Now the Ravens are going the other way, but Derrick Henry, 2 carries for 10 yards is certainly not what you want to see, but only 2 carries in the first quarter. If the Ravens are throwing the ball as much as they are, that's fine with me. They haven't been on the field, though, so something to watch as this game progresses. Chase Brown, 6 carries for 22 yards in the first quarter alone. This man continues to be a bell cow back. I know as Khalil Herbert learns this offense, that might not be the case as we progress through the season. Herbert might chunk away at some of those carries, as Moss did earlier in the year before he got hurt. But Chase Brown showing you that he has the ability to take a lot of these carries and be productive with it is very, very important for the future of this team, and it means a lot. This guy is going to be a big, big piece. Mims is in the medical tent. Update via our wonderful chat here. Not good with Orlando Brown already out. And Charlie Goldsmith is reporting that BJ Hill's limping. Whoopee, guys. I take it all back. What a terrible first quarter for the Bengals. Not good. Not good. We know what happened to the middle of this defense when B.J. Hill was out. Obviously, at the time, Rankins was out as well, so maybe it won't fall all the way through the floor, but it was really, really ugly. And now if you lose B.J. Hill and you're playing against Derrick Henry in this Ravens rushing attack, not good. No name with the correction. Thank you for clearing it up. He says Burton did not stop on that route. Good to know. Certainly something that you have to worry about with him after what we've seen so far this year. It's a worry with his effort and just straight up desire and want to play football in the NFL. So good to hear that he didn't stop there. Obviously would have still liked to have it converted for a long gain, but Ravens now 1st and 10 for Baltimore inside the red zone now. It's a pitch to Henry. He gets around the edge and has a lot more. It's going to be 9, maybe a first down. As soon as Derrick Henry gets downhill, you are in trouble. Geno Stone flies behind the play, misses the tackle, and Derrick Henry gets 8 before stepping out of bounds. Got to tackle. 2nd and 3. They run the same play the other way. Bengals this time able to blow it up. It's Hill, Hubbard, and Jenkins. Good to see B.J. Hill in the game after that report. Derrick Henry, 1,000 yards, 11 touchdowns, all lead the NFL. Third and 4 for the Ravens. Holding them to a field goal here would be absolutely massive. This is a play-action pass. It's a screen to Justice Hill, who's wrapped up behind the line to gain, but pulls B.J. Hill forward for the first down. They're down at 6. 1st and goal at the 6 now for the Ravens. Reminder, just one timeout left in this first half for Baltimore after the failed challenge and avoiding the 12 men on the field call on the Bengals' first drive. Good screen pass there. Sidearm action from Lamar Jackson to get the ball to Justice Hill and pick up the first down. Ball's at the 6 now. It's a Lamar Jackson run. No, now he's going to throw, and wide open is Nelson Aguilar. Great sell there on the run. Way, way too easy. Wide open is Aguilar in the end zone. Great play design there. Great fake. It's a tie ball game pending the Justin Tucker extra point. Cam Taylor-Britt flew up for the run, and wide open Nelson Aguilar. As soon as Lamar Jackson tucks that ball, covers the tip, the DBs run forward, and that's a great play. That's a great play. Tucker kicks the extra point. It's good. 7-7 now. Ravens tie it up on their second drive of the game. Touchdown Bengals. Ravens 3 and out. Then the Bengals turn the ball over on downs, and the Ravens capitalize. Frustrating. Frustrating. I'm going to step away momentarily during this break, and we'll be back before the ball's kicked off. So don't go anywhere. Bengals going to go down and score. Make sure we're liking the stream. Share it with your friends. More the merrier in the chat. It's a good time interacting with you guys. You guys are what make this show go. So thanks for being here. Make sure we like the stream and stay in the chat. Get some more people here. It's always a good time. So I'm going to step away briefly, and then I'll be right back before they kick the ball off back to Joe Burrow and this Bengals offense. Back now. Already underway here in the second quarter. Ravens just tied the game up at 7. We're about to kick the ball back off to Joe Burrow and this Bengals offense. 13 minutes to go here in the second quarter. Mims helmet on. Big time. Justin Tucker kicks this ball away. Man, those Ravens fireworks. That smoke lingers. I always forget about that. We need the lead, folks. We need the lead. We knew that. It is so hazy in that stadium. Absolutely ridiculous. Guys, chat, every time I take a break, it's fumbled here on the handoff by Chase Brown, recovered, luckily, before the Ravens able to hop on it. Not Chase Brown. Pardon me. That's Khalil Herbert. Welcome to Cincinnati, Khalil Herbert. How about fumbling a perfectly placed first handoff? No one to blame there but Herbert. Falls back on the ball. Welcome to Cincinnati, Khalil. Chase Brown back in the game and probably will be for the next. Burrow under pressure here. He gets away again, fires! Wide open Jamar Chase, incomplete. Oh, chat. Can't believe Burrow got away from both of those sacks. Would have been an unbelievable play. And with Chase with that much space, you never know what he's able to do when it comes to making guys miss. That one could have been incredible. However, 3rd and 11 now for the Bengals. 9 of 18 is Burrow, just 50% on the day. Not great. Burrow pressured again. Has to get this one to Hudson on the check down. He's not going to be able to pick up the first down, but it's going to be 4th and 2. Bengals going to punt it away. Fourth and 1 for the Bengals, going to punt it away. Blackmore's right. Blackmore's right, guys. There's not enough likes on this stream yet, and that's why it's going poorly. We had a good pace here to start, and that's why the Bengals went down and scored right away. Now we're not getting as many, and the Bengals going with a turnover on downs and a 3 and out. We got to get these likes up. We got to get these likes up, guys. That's how the Bengals win. That's how the Bengals win. Not a great last 2 drives. Rico punts this one away. It's a good one down to the 25, 15, down to the 15. Beautiful, beautiful pump by Rico. Continues to be a weapon for this team. When is Blackmore ever wrong? Phenomenal question, Mouse Cop. I don't know. I've missed him the last few days. I feel like I haven't seen him in the chat. Likes for a pick 6. Boy, oh boy. How cool would that be? How cool would that be? There's 11:28 to go in the first half right now. David Shaw is predicting a 6-minute Baltimore touchdown drive. We'll see if he's right. I sure hope not. Bengals got the ball first. Yes, that is correct. Ravens will get it out of the half. O-line is struggling. No way around that. We know what this defense is. We know this offense is going to have to score. Turning the ball over on downs and punting it away is not going to get it done. Turnover here on the short field would be great. That would be phenomenal. Even if you don't get the 6 at the end of the pick. Short field for Burrow in this offense would be ideal. Defense got to step it up. Defense got to step it up. Pick 6. I mean, pick 6 would be perfect. I love that the chat's locked in on a pick 6 right now. Pick 6 would be perfect. Kappa and Volson have both struggled. Yeah, I know. One of the worst guard pairs in the whole league so far this year, which is frustrating. Kappa does not sell hats. That's Karras. You got to at least get it right. Lamar in this Ravens offense takes over at the 16. It's offsides to start this one. Gonna move him back. Ronnie Stanley jumps. Man, I haven't seen Ronnie Stanley's face mask. That rocks. The old Justin Tuck look with all those bars. I love that. But on this one, he jumps off sides. Going to move the Ravens back. First and 15 now for the Ravens. It's a screen pass. Swallowed up at the 5. Cam Taylor-Britt. There we go, 29. Make a play. Make a play. Love that. Rashad Bateman trying to get the block. Gets his hands on him, but it doesn't even matter. Taylor-Britt flies right by and swallows up the play. Love that. Keep going backwards. Love Baltimore going backwards. Don't love Cam Taylor-Britt leaving his feet to make the play. You got to tackle with your feet on the ground. That's grade school stuff. But he brings him down, so it doesn't matter. Second 20. Ball's at the 6. Ball's at the 6. It's a handoff to Derrick Henry. Just got to hope he doesn't go 90. He does not. Third down and long. Bengals defense seemingly talking to Henry after the play. Don't like that. Don't give him any extra motivation. Boom. Jordan Battle, great hit. Love that replay. Third and 15 now for the Ravens. After the false start and the screen pass, just a 5-yard run by Henry gives him third and very long. It's Lamar in the empty set now. Justice Hill motions to the top of the screen. Zay Flowers in the slot at the bottom. That ball thrown at the line of scrimmage to Flowers, who makes some people miss. Still on his feet out to the 19. A good pickup on third. But after the back-to-back losses on first and second, it's not enough. Fourth down. Ravens are going to punt it away. 3 ampersand out. We get it. Love that. Love that, chat. That's 2 out of 3 drives Bengals defense has got to stop. If I'm going to be completely honest with you guys, I don't know how many more stops we have in the back pocket. That's too early. I don't know how many stops we have in the back pocket. We got to capitalize on offense. We got to start scoring. This ball caught by Irwin, not exactly the most exciting punt returner, and there you see why. That's a loss there on the return. Burrow's going to take over. 9 minutes left here in the first half. Got to score. And I'm not talking 3s. I'm talking 7s. We got to score. I would love to see Burton back there in the punt return game. But, I mean, if he's not at practice, how are you supposed to try that out? But, man, Irwin just gives you nothing. Primetime unders, AJ. We all know how that works. Here we go. Bengals offense. It's a handoff to Chase Brown, who gets a good head of steam there and then chopped down after just a gain of 3. I like the 7s, Craig. 7s in the chat's a good idea. We need 7. We need 7. We miss Charlie Jones, absolutely. He's not a great receiver, but, man, he gives you some burst in the return game. At least it's inspiring to see him back there. You never know what could happen. Trenton Irwin just gives you no juice. Mitch Gandy in the game. Not Mitch. Pardon me, I forget his first name. Gandy in the game, the undrafted free agent tight end. Over Tanner McClacken on the roster, which is confusing. Incomplete pass by Burrow. Batted down by Kyle Hamilton. One of the best safeties in football comes in untouched and gets up and knocks the ball down. Knocks the ball clean across the field. Cam Gandy. Thank you, game day. Cam Grandy. Burrow now in the empty set. Sample motions across to the opposite side of the formation in to help block. There's pressure again. Man, he hasn't had any time today. He's running on 3rd and 7. Can he get there? No, but he's very close. 4th and very, very short. Just shy of the 40, but it's 4th and less than 1. Chase Brown and extra tight ends coming in. Whoo. 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 4th and inches for the Bengals. Shotgun for Burrow. Man, I hate that. It's a sneak! It's a sneak for the tight end! Did he get it? Oh, I've been asking for that forever, and he gets it! Let's go! I've been asking for that forever! Tanner Hudson, the former quarterback! That's what he's good for! How long have I been asking for that? Let's go! That's a play design! Zach Taylor! Hell yeah! We got a play design on 4th and short? That's some Andy Reid stuff right there. Who said we don't got an OC? Let's go, man. Burrow's passing here, swings it to Chase. Man, I hate that play call. It's a big-time loss. I was just giving Zach Taylor his props when he throws it away on 1st down. That's a great 4th down conversion. And before you can blink, it's 2nd down and long. That rocks, man. All right, 2nd and long. 2nd and 15. Burrow shotgun. Fires, dropped. Maybe Tanner Hudson's only good for QB sneaks. Maybe Tanner Hudson's only good for QB sneaks. 3rd and 15. Third and 15, 6:19 on the clock here in the first half. Game's tied 7-7. Bengals scored on their opening drive. Ravens scored on their second. Burrow's passing, and he's pressured again. He's forced out of the pocket again, and he's running again, and he's tackled again. He is running for his life today, folks. O-line can't slow anything down. Madubuike whoops. The Capricaris pair gets down the line of scrimmage after Burrow's forced out. Gonna have to punt it away back to the Ravens. 0 protection today. 0. Rico again. This one caught at the 20. Great punts for Rico today. 5.5 left on the clock. Man. Great 4th down conversion. Great 4th down conversion. And then you throw it away. Turnover would work for me, chat. Turnover would work for me. A lot of people saying Burrow got happy feet there. Protection actually wasn't that bad. Maybe. Maybe. But when your O-line's been this bad all day, can you blame him for having some happy feet? Would you trust this O-line to hold up? Or would you expect that they're going to get beat and think, hey, it's 3rd and long, I got to get out of the pocket and make something happen because inevitably, here in a few seconds, there's going to be pressure in my lap. And if they win 1 out of every 50, I don't necessarily blame them for not having that faith. Ravens take over at the 20 when we're coming back here. 5.5 minutes to go in the first half. Need the pick. We talked about the pick. You need the turnover in this game. I'm not asking for a whole lot. I'm asking for one. We need the turnover right here, right now. Cam Grandy and Matt Lee were in the game and combined to pave the way for the Chase Brown touchdown. Craig, don't give me that UDFA hype. Maybe the Bengals are attacking the draft board a little bit. Ooh, love that. Some people are asking for full-time Matt Lee here at guard. That would certainly be interesting. Here we go. Both defenses, which have been much maligned this week on Chatterbox programming, have been playing well today. 1st and 10 at the 20 for the Ravens. It's a handoff to Henry. There's bodies in the backfield. He's able to get one. Trey Hendrickson last week, 4 sacks, 7 QB hits. We talked about it on Tuesday's Chatterbox Bengals, but just such a phenomenal player. Henry motions to the outside here. Lamar Jackson alone in the backfield. Mike Hilton lined up across from Zay Flowers, but Jackson goes to Charlie Kolar. Hendrickson lined up across from Ronnie Stanley today. It's best on best. One of the best edge rushers in football, one of the best tackles in football. Good chat poll question in there. Jackson throwing again. Pressured here by Osai, but he stands in the pocket. He fires deep. It's incomplete. Broken up by DJ Turner. Great play. Great play to fourth down. Ravens going to put it away. Great work defense. That's that 4.2 speed right there. Because he was beat. Zay Flowers had a step. I thought that ball was going to get in there for a catch. DJ Turner gets the hand in the way. Beautiful. And my favorite Raven, I love seeing Levi Stout out there. David Shaw, that's a Michigan man. Glad one of the ones we drafted can make a difference. Burrow and the Bengals back out there. 3 stops now for this Bengals defense. 3 stops for this Bengals defense. Love those numbers, chat. Love those numbers. The season takes a toll. It really does. That's a good commercial right there, because this season does take a toll. Bengals offense back out there hoping to get a win. 7-7 here. Make a play, Jermaine. Nothing will make me happier than that. It's a handoff to Chase Brown, who's tackled in the backfield. Cody Ford just beat again. Lamar Jackson going to the locker room, it looks like. Certainly interesting. Was on the injury report all week, but was never really in doubt of playing. Now headed downstairs, but we know in primetime games Lamar's just used the restroom before. Came back out. Sometimes a little bit more dramatic than it seems here. Burrow throwing, again running. Throws as he's running towards the line of scrimmage. Caught by Gesicki for the first down. Great play by Burrow. Great play by Burrow, and Gesicki continues to make a difference. And Lamar Jackson's back. Love that play by Burrow, working back towards the line of scrimmage, getting the ball away. It's a handoff on first down to Chase Brown. Seems to be the recipe the Bengals are going with. 5-yard gain. Burrow's been running in circles. You see the highlight reel here. Been able to make the most out of a lot of nothing. Kyle Hamilton on the edge here, highlighted by that Amazon Prime vision, maybe bringing the blitz, but it looks like he's going to drop back. Burrow passing. Can the O-line hold up? They do for a little. It's down to Hudson, who jumps and gets up and keeps running, but they rule him down just after the first down. 7-7 with the 2-minute warning now. Bengals offense on the field. Bengals got to score here and take the lead, and you got to time it up without giving Baltimore a lot of time left. We know what Justin Tucker's leg is. Range obviously has gone a little bit with age, but still more confident in him from deep than most kickers, if not all kickers in football. So got to score 7 here, take a lead into halftime with Baltimore getting the ball in the third. We love 2-for-1s in this chat, but no opportunity for it for today. Scoring is absolutely paramount. Can't rely on this defense to keep getting stop after stop after stop after stop. So, with Baltimore getting the ball at half, got to get the lead. Whoo-hoo. Big 2 minutes here. Feels like a real big 2 minutes here. Let's get song number 2 before halftime. That's a good thought, Craig. Let's get song number 2 before halftime. Likes for a TD. That's good, folks. Likes for a TD is a good call. Likes for a TD is a good call. 17 minutes time of possession for the Bengals. 10 for the Ravens. Bengals will continue to stack here. Hopefully add 2 minutes to that. And close out the half with a time-killing touchdown drive here as we wrap it up. Seven's in the chat because we need it, folks. Ball's right across the 50. Burrow in the shotgun, joined by Chase Brown. It's a play-action pass. Pressure again. This ball floated over the first down marker to Chase. Middle of the field, first down for Jamar. making a difference in this one without T. Higgins. Really, the most productive half he's had this season without Higgins in the lineup. Already up over 60 yards. He hasn't hit the 70-yard mark without T yet this year. That's 60 in the first half. Burrow throwing again. This time it's the other Chase. Brown catching and running, but Kyle Hamilton is down on the field in a heap. Non-contact injury for Hamilton, and he is down. Hamilton's down, and he's in pain, banging his head on the turf. One of the best safeties, if not the best safety in football, and he's crossed up there by Gesicki, and as he goes to change directions, he goes straight down. Under 2 minutes, that's going to be a timeout for the Ravens, which is their last of the first half. Important to note, as we get down here and the Bengals are going to try to score if the Ravens get the ball back with limited time, they don't have any timeouts remaining. That's a painful injury to see. I know we don't like the Ravens here as Bengals fans, but Kyle Hamilton, one of the best in the league. The league's better when their best players are playing, so you got to hope that he's able to make it back to the practice field on Monday. Got to hope he's ready to go after the long week. He can take the time off after the long week, after the Thursday night game, and get healthy for next Sunday. If they practice over the weekend, he can be ready early. Feel good for Sunday meetings? Fine by me. Yeah, really, really hope it's not too serious. That's tough. Gotta ask questions about this field at some point. Hamilton walking under his own power, but certainly doesn't look pretty. That right ankle twists, but with the amount of pain it looked like he was in, certainly not what you want to see. Hopefully it's as good as it seems right now. Seems like he dodged a big one there. Chase in motion. We got to go score. Turn the page here. Looks like offside. It's going to be a free play. Burrow fires. End zone. Short of the end zone to the 5. It's incomplete. Knocked out of the hands of Mike Gesicki. But it's offsides on the Ravens. That was a free play. Bengals going to get the yardage. David Shaw calling that a drop. I don't think you know what a drop is, if we're going to be completely honest. 5-yard penalty. Bengals will have it first down again. First and 5 now for the Bengals. Ravens already 5 penalties for 30 yards. Minute left on the clock now for the Bengals. Ball's just outside the 15, well into the red zone. First and 5, Burrow's passing again. He fires towards the end zone. It's intercepted. Is it out of bounds? They're calling it a pick. Calling that a pick by Brandon Stevens. We'll have to see. First non-fourth quarter pick for Joe Burrow if it stands. We'll have to see the review here. I don't know what that throw was. That was covered all day long. I don't know if that's a pick, folks. I think that's an incomplete pass, folks. There's 1 foot. Oh, he might have got that second foot down. That's really close. Gesicki looks like he's out of bounds, touching Stevens, which would make it incomplete, correct? Oh, never mind. Stevens' foot as well is out of bounds. That's an incomplete pass, folks. Incomplete pass. Bengals live to fight another day. That's going to be an incomplete pass. I'm putting my stamp on it. That's being overturned. That's being overturned. That's being overturned. That's getting overturned. You wouldn't know it, but I'm confident that's getting overturned. I'm not confident. I think that is going to get overturned, though. That's close, folks. That's close. It's nice that Craig thinks this one's going to stand because, remember, he was wrong last time, guys. So hopefully he's 0 for 2 here. And this one will go incomplete. We'll see. That's really close. There certainly might not be enough evidence, but it seems to me that that foot slid out of bounds before that second foot touched down. I think that's incomplete. Here we go. Some reports on Twitter via our chat that the offense coming back on the field. Love to hear that. Seems like this one's going to get overturned. I had it first, folks. I had it first. Incomplete. Incomplete. Second down. Before that left foot went down, right foot out of bounds. Incomplete. Love that. Love that. Craig Sandlin 0 for 2. Love that. Joe Burrow in the shotgun, 2nd and 5. Burrow pressured again, running again, this time sacked by Matabike. 50 seconds, clock's going to run. Matabike is a hell of a player. .44 seconds now for the Bengals. Only one timeout remaining. Burrow throws again, this time caught inside the 5. It's Burton. Big time play. Jermaine Burton, there he is. There he is. Love that. First non-40-yard deep bomb of the career for Jermaine Burton, and it's a first down in the red zone. He can do more than run streaks, folks. He's a talented, talented player. That's a great route. That's a great route. That's a great route. Love that. Boom. Great break. Love that for Jermaine. His yardage line was 22 today. Great start. That's going to bring his average per catch down quite a bit. 36 seconds to go in the first half. Bengals driving deep now inside the 5. Need a touchdown. Need a second song. Burrow's under pressure. He's running again. He's throwing again. It's caught. It's a touchdown! Tanner Hudson! Fourth down QB sneak and a touchdown grab in the first half for Tanner Hudson. I love it! I love it! 10 plays, 73 yards, 332. You leave the Ravens 0 timeouts and 30 seconds. Fingers crossed, but it looks like the Bengals are going to take a lead into halftime. It's 13-7, pending the extra point. That means we're getting 2 songs in the first half. Love that! Love that! McPherson's going to knock this one through. Snap, hold, kick. Boom. 14-7. And I hear that Bengal growling. Mean and angry. Here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry. An offensive brute. Hoo-hoo-hoo. Run past our boot. Hoo-hoo-hoo. And defensively, he's rough. Tough. Cincinnati Bengals. That's the team we're going to cheer to victory. Touchdown, Bengals. Put some points up on that board and win the game for Cincinnati. Woo! Subtle fist bump from Joe Burrow straight to the sideline because there's more business to take care of, folks. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. I just want to bang on this drum all day. Let's go. Let's go. I just want to bang on this drum all day. Bengals kick it off. It's going to be a touchback. Ravens are going to get the ball at the 30 with 30 left and no timeouts. 14-7 Bengals lead here in this first half. That's what we wanted to see. I'd love more than 14. I'd love more than 14, and they certainly had the opportunity to do it, but man, here we are. Need a defensive hold here for 30 seconds, assuming the Ravens don't just kneel it out with no timeouts. And they won't. Offense splitting up. Receivers out. David Shaw, don't try to victory lap that 14-7 now. Here we go. Lamar dropping back. He's firing. It's caught on the sideline by Mark Andrews, but very, very short gain. That's going to work for the Bengals. Lamar, 8 of 11 for 51 yards and a touchdown. Derrick Henry, 6 carries for 22 yards. I don't mind winning this game ugly. Jade, it does not matter to me whatsoever what it takes to win this game as long as we come out of here with a dub. That's all that matters, is coming out of here with a win. 2nd and 7, 26 seconds to go. It was a short 3-yard gain on first. Lamar passing again. Bengals able to get some rush, forces him to pump. Fires incomplete. It's 3rd and 7 with 20 seconds left. No such thing as an ugly win. I'll echo that sentiment. ADG, great play. No points here. You got to force the Ravens off the field. Let the Bengals take some knees. and get out of this half with a lead. Get a stop here on 3rd and 7. Zay Flowers in motion to the top of your screen. Lamar takes in the shotgun. Bengals bringing pressure. It's Mike Hilton and ADG. Osai able to get pressure off the outside. Lamar floats it to Andrews, who gets the first down and more. There is a flag on the play. Will this one be coming back? Defensive holding. Penalty is declined. The Andrews catch moves them closer to field goal range. Still outside of it with 13 seconds remaining. No timeouts. You bring the Ravens down in bounds. They're going to have a struggle getting Justin Tucker on the field. Using those 2 timeouts on the Bengals' first drive. One off a failed challenge. Ball caught there and brought down inbounds. Deontay Johnson, but that clock will still run. Ravens running the line of scrimmage. 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. That's the half, baby. 14-7. Bengals lead at halftime. Let's go. Let's go. There's Mike Hilton. Come on, baby. Open field tackle to end the half. 7-point lead for the Bengals. Ravens will get it to start the third quarter. Hell yeah, folks! That's a good half. That's a good half. Keep controlling it. Keep controlling it. Control the game. Play a full game. That's a half. You got to play a full game. That's awesome, guys. That's good stuff. 14-7, Bengals lead at halftime. Defense came to play today. Defense came to play today. That's big. That's big. Hooday, RoboBuck. That's a phenomenal first half. I'll take a 7-point lead no matter how you slice it. Let's take a look at the stats for the Bengals and the Ravens here at halftime. Joe Burrow has already thrown the ball 30 times. 29 attempts for Burrow, 17 of them completions, 161 passing yards. He's been sacked twice for a net loss of just 1 yard. So good work by Burrow to avoid the consistent pressure today and be able to at least get the ball away, if not completions. It's an 85.6 passer rating for Burrow and the 1 touchdown on the day. On the other side, Lamar Jackson's 10 of 14 for 71 yards and the lone touchdown as well. He has not been sacked. It's a 106.5 quarterback rating for Lamar. Chase Brown, 9 carries for 29 yards and a touchdown. Joe Burrow, 2 carries for 6 yards. Tanner Hudson, the 1 carry on the quarterback sneak. For the Ravens, 31 rushing yards as a team, 22 from Derrick Henry on 6 carries, and 9 from Lamar Jackson on just 1 run. Justice Hill has also carried the ball once, but for no gain. Jamar Chase, 4 catches for 52 yards. By far his most productive half without T. Higgins in the lineup. Love to see him get in action. He's caught 4 of his 7 targets. Tanner Hudson, 4 catches as well. 5 targets. 3rd on the team behind Gesicki's 6. Gesicki's only hauled in 3 of those for 25 yards. Chase Brown has added 4 catches for 26 yards onto his total. Jermaine Burton, just the 1 catch for 11 yards. Yoshivas, 1 for 19, as well. Joe Burrow has fumbled twice. They're crediting that Khalil Herbert fumble to Joe Burrow. That seems wrong to me. I'm going to choose to credit that to Khalil Herbert. So Khalil Herbert, 1 fumble. Joe Burrow, 1 fumble so far in the day. Jordan Battle leads the team in tackles. Defense has played well so far. Mark Fetters, thank you for the super chat. And I absolutely agree. Defense has played well so far. Game Day has been a member with us here at Chatterbox for 5 months, and he says Stone Cold Joe incoming, not missing in the second half. Sign me up. Sign me up for no misses in the second half. I would absolutely love that. If you want your chats read on air, honestly, I would say make a super chat, but I read them if you make a good point in the chat anyway. Super chats or become a member. You can always become a member here at Chatterbox. We got a lot of good stuff for you. Good first half for the Cincinnati Bengals. It is halftime in Baltimore. For a brief moment here during halftime, I am going to step away. I'll be back. Talk about whatever else you guys want before we get underway here in the second half. Going to take a quick break, and then I'll be back with you for the second half. Don't go anywhere, or if you do, make sure you come right back. We got a second half to take care of here in Baltimore. Bengals lead 14-7 after 2 quarters. Biggest 2 of the game on deck. Great drive to open the game. Great drive to end the half for this Bengals offense. Got to capitalize on more opportunities. Defense has been playing well. Hope for more of that in the second half. I'll be back with you momentarily. Bengals lead 14-7. See y'all soon. We're back, chat. We are back. Second half underway at some point soon here in Baltimore. Big time game for the Bengals. Took a lead into halftime, 14-7 lead. But you're going to have to keep it rolling in order to win this one. Taking a peek at some live lines. Might have to get a little extra action. 19th straight game with a passing touchdown for Lamar Jackson. It's the most in Ravens history. Three and out, get the ball back. Folks, we're all about transparency at this company, and I just went and took, responsibly, of course, Jermaine Burton, 14.5 receiving yards is the live line. He's already at 11. Love that. Love that line. He's going to have another big-time catch in this game. I just know it. I just know it. McPherson sends it deep. Defense is going to have to keep it rolling here early. Kneel down in the end zone. Charles, I absolutely agree. Ravens helmets look like high school. They look like Team Builder. If you guys ever played NCAA football, really not the new one. It's a little too nice. The old NCAA 14, when you didn't have much customizability, looks like one of those old Team Builder helmets. You just slap the logo on the side. It's cheap. It's a play-action pass. Lamar Jackson's going to fire. There's pressure on the play, but he's able to get through it like he always seems to. It's a 5-yard gain. There's a hold on the play. It's going to bring him back. Holding on Daniel Falele, the lineman out of Minnesota. Charles, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me I'm wrong. Does that not remind you of the old Team Builder helmets? Would love the Bengals to bring down Lamar in the pocket there for a sack. Trey Hendrickson just bowling through a double team, but a hold on B.J. Hill, or they probably would have. So brings the offense back anyway. It's going to be 1st and 20. Lamar's throwing again. Pressured here by Hill, and Lamar gets away again. He's setting up to throw again on the outside of the pocket, below the numbers. He makes Sam Hubbard miss, and he's brought down at the line of scrimmage by Jermaine Pratt. Man, he's frustrating. Man, he's frustrating. You have so many opportunities to bring him down. B.J. Hill needed a little breather there. Play-action jet sweep to Zay Flowers. Lamar looking to throw deep. No pressure. He fires. Receiver falls down. It's Deontay Johnson falls down on the play. It's 3rd and 19. Craig. 3rd and 19 now for the Ravens after Johnson falls down. Another good break for this Bengals defense. Can't blame that on miscommunication or only being on the team for a short period of time. This field seems questionable at best. I love the get loud in the chat, the third downs in the chat. We need the good vibes. There's a flag. It's going to be a free play. Lamar fires. It's caught and brought to about the line of scrimmage, the original line of scrimmage, that is, by Tylan Wallace. Pardon me, illegal formation on the Ravens. Bengals are going to take the penalty after forcing what would be a 4th and about 10. Bengals are going to make him try third down again. Don't really understand that one. Ref's now corrected. Bengals will decline the penalty. Makes much, much, much more sense. Thank God the Bengals decline that penalty. Force the Ravens to punt it away. That's a 3 and out to open the second half. You love that. You love that. You love that. Long drive offense here to go get more points on the board. Let's do it. Levi Stout sends it away. I might have to get a Levi Stout jersey. I love him so much. He's so good to see on the field. Trenton Irwin, fair catch. I guess if he's going to do that, that works for me. As soon as they cut to the announcers there, all the players seem to be pointing and running to a scrum on the field. Don't know what's happening here as the camera's on the broadcasters, but maybe we'll get some clarification on that. Maybe not, but certainly looked like all the Bengals special teamers were pointing up the field. R.I.P. Ben Herbstreit, that's right. Seeing Kirk work here tonight. That's got to be tough. Hey, it's a dog. I understand all that, but if I lost my dogs, I know how I'd feel. And to turn around and do a Thursday night football game to the entire world, it's got to be kind of tough. Herbstreit in the shotgun here. Not Herbstreit, pardon me. Herbstreit on the mind. Burrow in the shotgun. He runs and he throws. It's caught by Chase and he's running. 40, 35, 30, 25, 20. No one's going to catch him. Jamar! Let's go, baby! Come on! Come on! 67 yards! What's up? What's up, Jamar? 110! No one else scores on that play! No one else scores on that play! Oh my God, another screenshot! Add it to the scrapbook! There's no one like Jamar Chase! Let's go! Sing it again! Sing it again! Come on, Jamar! Hear that Bengal growling! Mean and angry! Here he comes a prowling! Lean and hungry! Oh my gosh! Offensive brute! Run passer boot! And defensively he's rough! Tough! Cincinnati Bengals! That's the team we're gonna cheer to victory! Touchdown Bengals! Put some points up on the board and win the game for Cincinnati! Let's go! Big time players make big time plays in big time games! That's what Jamar and Joe are doing today! Come on! Come on! Man, that feels good! You can't start it much better than that! Oh, you can't start it much better than that. Let's go! Let's go! You gotta pay that man. You gotta pay that man. There is nobody like Jamar Chase. You gotta pay that man. Come on. That rocks, man. He's so good. He's so good. I'm going to watch that play 15 billion times. That rocks, man. I can't quit this team. You got to hold on. You got to win this game. You got to get back in the mix. You got to get back in the mix. You got too much talent on this team not to be in the mix. Defense, keep playing well. Keep playing well. Come on, man. Mistake-free football. No turnovers. sound tackling. No broken play Lamar scrambles. No open receivers. You just play football, you win this game. Come on. Long, long, long football game left. Long game left. That's why he's the special teams captain. Great play by Akeem Davis-Gaither. Man, this play rocks. This play rocks. Oh, my God. There is no one in the league better in space than Jamar Chase. Oh, put the chain on, boy. Ice one out. Let's go. Come on, man. I love the vibes. Vibes are high now. Keep them up. Derrick Henry with the carry on first down. It's going to be 4 yards. 2nd and 6. 7 carries, 26 yards for Derrick Henry. Oh, come on, defense. Get a stop. Get a stop, defense. 2nd and 6. Henry and Lamar in the backfield. It's a shotgun snap. It's another carry up the gut for Henry, and he's stuffed. It's a 2-yard gain. 3rd down. This defense came to play today, man. Came to play today. McKinley Jackson holding it up in the middle. That D-line making a difference. Hell yeah, McKinley. Hell yeah. Linebackers coming up making a play. This is good. 3rd and 4. Lamar's throwing. There's pressure. How does he get away? How does he get away? How in the world is that not a sack, man? How in the world? 16 first downs to the Bengals. That's just the 7th for the Ravens. McKinley Jackson able to track down Zay Flowers from behind on the screen pass. Hell yeah. Kyle Hamilton will not return in this game. Ineligible man downfield on the offense. Move him back. Another late flag going the Bengals' way. The pump fake on you can't pump fake an RPO. Anytime you pump fake an RPO, that's going to happen. The illegal man downfield, it's too bang of a play. I mean, that's basically what the offensive line's told to do. You take that beat and then you go. If you pump fake, you get the timing all messed up. 1st and 15. Lamar pressured here. Again, unable to bring him down, but forced the incompletion. 2nd and 15. Bengals, just like the first matchup with the Ravens, able to get home, able to get hands on Lamar Jackson, but cannot bring him down. 2nd and 15. It's a run for Lamar Jackson, and he picks up about 4. It's going to be 3rd and long. Lamar Jackson's 3rd carry of the night. Bengals doing a good job of keeping him in check here, at least on the ground. He's running to throw, and he's doing a good job avoiding sacks, but still bottling him up in the run game is such a good recipe for success against this Ravens defense. Or Ravens offense for the Bengals defense. 3rd and 11. Bengals have been able to keep the Ravens in 3rd and long basically all day. Can they get another stop here? Prime Vision highlighting Mike Hilton. Is he going to come on the blitz? He is. Bengals, Miles Murphy pressure. Mike Hilton pressure. Lamar gets the pass off, but it's well behind the line of scrimmage. Just as Hill goes down. 4th down. Punt it away. Levi Stout again. Defense. Let Luke cook, baby. Bengals defense? Am I allowed to, is the Bengals defense good? This is awesome. Levi Stout punting again. I mean, this is awesome. Trenton Irwin returning here. Tackled, but there is a flag on the play. Okay, chat saying no. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. Okay, stop it. Okay. I'm done. This is why you guys are here. This is why I need you guys here. You got to keep me in check. Craig doesn't join till the postgame show. He's normally the one that keeps me in check. You guys, that's your job. That's your job during the live shows. Keep me in check. So I'll stop. Flag on the return is going to move the Bengals back. But they'll still have the ball when we come back from this break. I'm pumping the brakes. Don't worry, guys. 21-7. Let's go down and score again. 28-7. Bengals need to find a different punt return solution than Trenton Irwin. If Charlie Jones is going to continue to miss time, Bengals have to find a different punt return solution. Charlie Jones is a great player at that position for the Bengals, but without him, they have lost that threat at all. There's zero threat by this return game with Trenton Irwin back there. So whether you try Jermaine Burton, like I know they did in the preseason, but I don't know what, but you need something more electric back there. I would love song 4 here, folks. I can feel it a little bit. I'm not complaining. There's nowhere I'd rather lose my voice than song 4. There's nothing better than singing the song in Paycor Stadium. Singing it right here is a very close second. Very, very close second. See Reed spreading the love out to Champions Grill on Work Road, where they had their live show leading up to this stream tonight. Reed singing the song out there. So big time shout out for him for keeping it alive. Jovember graphic, 15-5 in November in his career. He's been incredible. Best completion percentage, best yards per attempt, best passer rating in the NFL in November since 2021. And he's playing well tonight. 21-7 Bengals lead. Burrow's in the shotgun on first down. He's pressured, but he gets the ball out. It's tackled is Hudson. after a short gain. Lamar hand appears hurt on the play, getting it checked out on the sideline. If we're going to focus on Joe Burrow's hand all day, let's focus on that. Let's focus on that one. Burrow throwing again, pumps, and then finds Chase Brown, who drops it before he's stuck by Marlon Humphrey. Third and 6. Big convert here for the Bengals if they're able to do so. Play clock reset. So no worries on that front. 3rd and 6 here. Third and 6, 14-point lead. Bengals backed up inside their own 15 after the Ravens punt. Would love to capitalize here, grow the lead. Marlon Humphrey blitzing. He's untouched. It's a pass to Tanner Hudson. It's caught at the first down. Bang. Keep it cooking. Keep it cooking. Keep it cooking. Hudson and Chase on the right side. Obviously, on a play like that, you're keying on Jamar Chase, and Hudson finds the void in the zone. You love to see that. Oh, no, just need the crap out of my table. That hurt a little bit. Would love to run the ball, Craig. I think that's a great idea. And the Bengals listen, hand it off to Chase Brown on first down, picks up 5, maybe more. That's why you run the ball. 27 carries 3 days ago. That his 10th tonight. A lot of miles going on those legs on a short week. He needs 6 more carries at least, because some people might have taken the over 15.5 carries line. Here we go, 2nd and 5 now after the first down run. They hand it off again. It's Chase Brown, and he's unable to get the first down. He fumbles. The Ravens recover. Chase Brown fumbles. Ravens recover. Ravens football. Going the other way. Not what you want. Marlon Humphrey, just a conscious tear at the football, rips it loose. Strips it out. Ball bounces right to Roquan Smith. Bengals never had a shot there once it was on the ground. Chase Brown just fighting to try to get a first down and doesn't hold on to the football. Frustrating, but now the defense with a short field forced to try to get a stop. Lamar throwing here, and he finds the open receiver for a gain of 8. It's Rashad Bateman, brought down by Cam Taylor-Britt. Need the defense to step up here on a short field. 2nd and 2 after the 8-yard gain on first down. The pass to Rashad Bateman. Lamar in the shotgun again. This time it's a handoff to Derrick Henry. He gets the first down and more. He's inside the 15 down to the 13. Bengals have only lost 2 fumbles all season last year. This year they've already lost 6. That's not a great statistic. You got to be better at protecting the football. Another carry for Derrick Henry, who's stocked up at the line of scrimmage, is going to be 2nd and 9. Turning the ball over was not an option for the Cincinnati Bengals. This defense has been playing great. You had to keep capitalizing, keep digging Baltimore deeper into that hole. Could not turn the ball over, give them a chance to get back into it. That's exactly what the Bengals did. It's 2nd and 9 now for the Ravens. We got to just hope to hold them to a field goal. Unless you can force a turnover, which would certainly be great to get the ball back. But I will take a field goal right now, certainly. 2nd and 9 for the Ravens, deep in the Bengals red zone, just outside the 10-yard line. Ball's at the 12. Lamar Jackson's throwing. There's pressure again, but he's running, and you know what that means. He's probably going to make a play. He gets the corner on B.J. Hill, stays in bounds. He's now made 2 guys miss, 3 guys miss. He's inside the 5, down inside the 1. It might be a touchdown. No, they're saying he's down just short. Jamar Chase's touchdown, what did I say? No one can do that but him. Well, multiple examples today of no one can do that but him with Lamar Jackson. Out to the 32, makes 5 guys miss and gets down inside the 1. Just an unbelievable play. Certainly looks like a block in the back there by Tyler Linderbaum. But nonetheless, Lamar Jackson inside the 1. Now they're going to run it up the gut with Derrick Henry, and that normally goes poorly. This time, he's hit behind the line, but he falls forward for the touchdown. It's going to be 14-21. Bengals only lead by 7. That's a brutal series of events, folks. An absolutely brutal series of events, but it's okay. It's okay. It's okay. We're still up. We're still up. Go down the field and score. Get that lead back. (21-13). Tucker got trying to cut it to 7. It's up and it's good. It's 21-14 now. The Bengals lead the Ravens. Lamar Jackson is really, really good. Can't give them more options or more opportunities, I should say. And that's exactly what they did. A fumble and the Ravens capitalized. The Ravens are a really good football team. No one's ever said anything different. And you can't give really good football teams multiple opportunities. You had a chance to really put them away, and you didn't do it. That's frustrating. You got to just turn the page. You got to just turn the page, go down the field, score here on offense. Move the ball. We know you can do it. The Lamar Jackson highlight reel against the Bengals is 5 minutes long of just crap like that. So frustrating. We need likes for momentum. That is right, RoboBuck. Thanks for being on your game. I'm starting to slack a little bit, but you're on your game. We need likes for momentum. If you haven't liked the stream yet, make sure you hit that thumbs up, like the stream, and we can get some momentum back on our side here. We cannot afford that. We cannot afford that. We got to dial in. We got to dial in and keep rolling. Oh, man. That stinks. I was hoping for none of that Lamar Jackson magic crap tonight. But we have not gotten so lucky. It's been a lot of that. Same amount of that as normal, which is a lot. All right, guys. We're up 7. Vibes in the chat are higher than my vibes right now, if we're being honest. But I'll try to match up with you guys and get back on the same page. Offense has to look good here. Let's get the ball. Let's go downfield. Let's score a touchdown. Let's extend this lead right back. And that ball short of the end zone. It's going to be returnable. This time it is Burton. Certainly more exciting as a return man than Trenton Irwin. He gets to the 20, makes one man miss. He goes out of bounds at the 20. Not a whole lot for the Bengals. Burrow banged up on a big hit there by Marlon Humphrey at the end of that drive, or earlier in that drive. Grimacing after the hit to the ribs. When you see him pick the helmet up, not good. 9 at quarterback, 7-point lead. Bengals with the ball just behind the 20 at the 19. Burrow's firing. He finds Chase Brown, who still just can't really catch a football. Traps it against his chest, but does hold on in 2nd and short. Crowd certainly back in it. (21-14) Bengals only lead by 1 score. 2nd and 3. Ball's on the 26-yard line. It's a play-action pass. Burrow's going to run. No, he throws. It's Jamar Chase out across the 40. Great play by Burrow, man. He's unbelievable. And Chase having a day. 6 catches for 134 yards and the long 67-yard touchdown. Burrow's playing out of his mind today. That jump pass is ridiculous. What a play. There's no better connection in the league than 9-1. I say that every day of the week, twice on Sunday, I guess twice on Thursday as well. Burrow under center, Sample, and Chase Brown in the backfield. It's a handoff to Brown. Make sure you hold on to the ball, 30. He gets 2. Ravens defense certainly does seem like they're headhunting. That's absolutely right, AJ. But he's a man on a mission. It doesn't matter. Second 8. 2:10 left in the third quarter. Bengals, again, I'll say it 15,000 times, only up 7. Burrow drops back to pass. He fires. It's Chase Brown at the line of scrimmage. Can he make anyone miss? He does not, but he picks up 8. Great point by Charles in our chat here. Says the Ravens have only been able to capitalize on mistakes by the Bengals. It's a 4th down conversion that we did not get, giving them a shorter field, and they went and scored, and then a fumble on the 30-yard line, another short field, they go down and score. This defense has done well when given a full field to work with. Offense just can't make mistakes. Go score here, get a 2-score lead. No mistakes the rest of the way, and I believe in this defense to hold it out as crazy as that sounds after what we've seen this year. They've looked great tonight. You got to convert this 3rd and 2 to go get points on this drive. Burrow's dropping back to pass. He's pressured for the billionth time. He fires. It's Chase again. Just so reliable. It's a 1st down. 1st and 10. Have yourself a day, one. Roquan's mad, and I love to see that. 149 for number 1. Roquan pointing at the crosser. Sorry, Zero. You can't run with Jamar Chase. You just can't do it. 1st down, Bengals. Give me 200, Chase. Give me 200. 1st and 10 inside the 25. Burrow's passing again. He's pressured. He's sacked. A really hard hit by Matabike. Kappa just gets beat again. Matabike is a special player. But, pardon me, not Alex Kappa. Cordell Volson. Cordell Volson beat on that one. Matabike just discards the guard. Fourth quarter. You know what we do around here. And if you don't know what we do around here, if it's your first rodeo, put some fours in the chat and then get your fours up. It's the fourth quarter. It's the biggest game of the year. We have a 7-point lead. We have the ball. We got to go down and score. We got to go down and score. You can put sevens up if you like. Sevens up works for me. Sevens up, but it's fours. It's all fours. That's 3 quarters of winning football. That's 3 quarters of winning football. You need a fourth. Games are 4 quarters long. You need a fourth. You got to play all 4 quarters. That's 3 great quarters by the Bengals. Got to play a fourth. Got to play a fourth. 15 more minutes. 15 more minutes. Fourth quarter on deck. Come on, guys. Give me more fours. That's a lot of fours in the chat, but we need more fours. Everybody get your fours in the chat. We need it. We need it. Vibes are high. Bengals need a win. 2nd and 16 for the Bengals when we come back. 2nd and 16 for the Bengals when we come back. Fours in the chat. Fours in the chat. We got to do this thing, fellas and ladies. We got to do this thing, ladies and gentlemen. We need fours in the chat. We need fours in the chat. We need fours in the chat, everybody. $15 more minutes for the biggest win of the season. Prove we belong. Prove we're back in the mix. Prove we're back in the mix. Get a big-time win right here. This feels like the longest commercial break in the world, guys. Oh, this feels like the longest commercial break in the world. We got to get this fourth quarter underway. Let's go. Let's go, everybody. 7-point ball game. Bengals with the ball. It's a long, long second down. Steelers in first, Ravens in second, Bengals in third. Bengals win this one, they're right back in the mix. 2nd and 16 now for this Bengals offense. Need points on this drive. Roquan Smith looks like he's blitzing on this play. Lined up at the line of scrimmage. He drops back in coverage. Burrow is going to have time. He rolls out and fires it incomplete. He's brought down anyway. The pressure is insane today. He has no time. This morning on Dialed In, I guess this afternoon I should say, on Dialed In with Tom Brenneman, I said the key to this game was giving Joe Burrow time. The offense or offensive line holding up against this Ravens pass rush. Somehow the Bengals able to have a lead here in the fourth quarter with zero protection for Joe Burrow so far today. But here we are. Hopefully we can turn it around in the next 14 minutes. 3rd and 16 after the incomplete pass. Play clock ticking down. Burrow hikes it quickly. He's pressured. He throws. It's incomplete. No flags on the play. That play was disjointed from the start. Play clock was running down. Had to snap it quickly. 4th and 16 now for the Bengals. Great work to step up by Burrow. Puts a decent ball out there, but incomplete. Bengals wanted a flag, didn't get it. Rico's going to punt from the opposite side of the 50. We'll see if he has the touch. Fair catch called for and caught at the 8. Great punt by Rico. Continues to deliver. I do not mind that call. I'll co-sign right now. I like the punt call there. Defense has done a very, very good job holding them with long fields. A very good job. If you miss that kick and you give them a short field, that's the only way the Ravens have been able to score today. It's the only way the Ravens have been able to score today. You keep them inside the 10. They have to do something they haven't done all day long. I'm fine with that. Punt that ball away. I'm fine with that. 1st and 10 for the Ravens inside their own 10. Throw to Rashad Bateman, brought down by Jermaine Pratt. Second down now for the Ravens, 2nd and 5. Second and 5, Ravens in the I formation. It's a pitch to Henry. Cam Taylor-Britt fills it well, but Henry able to drag him for a gain of about 2. It's going to be 3rd and 2. 3 and out, get a stop, get the ball back. 3 and out, get a stop, get the ball back. Great play, Cam Taylor-Britt. Lamar Jackson passing, he fires, it's caught. Tylan Wallace, and he's still running. If he didn't step out, this is going to be a touchdown to tie the game. How do you not push him out? Defense not good. Thank you, Von Beck. I agree. How do you not push him out? How does Cam Taylor-Britt, A, not make that tackle, and Logan Wilson, B, not push him out? C, Geno Stone. How? How does that happen? Are we sure those feet aren't out? Geno Stone, you got to take a better angle, Geno Stone. Geno Stone. Tucker missed it. Bengals still lead. Not a tie ball game. 21-20. Bengals lead by 1. 21-20. Bengals lead by 1. All right. I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll take it. Gonna have to score again. But we knew that. We knew that. We knew that. Could that be a momentum play for the Bengals? Get it back on our side? Maybe. Geno Stone stinks, man. He's terrible. I mean, I don't. People in the chat saying Lamar Jackson's not great. We got to be watching different games. Lamar Jackson is an unbelievable quarterback. Come on, chat. We need a win. Bengals only up 1. Craig with a great point. Bengals lose because of a missed field goal in game 1. Can Baltimore lose because of a missed extra point in game 2? I guess we'll see. 13:30 in this fourth quarter. Man, folks, that zaps the energy out of this room. That zaps the energy out of this room. Molly, talking about going to bed? Going to bed? We got a post-game show coming up right after this one. Win or lose. No going to bed. Everyone stick around for that. No going to bed. Stick around for the post-game show. We cheer together, we cry together. Seventh missed extra point out of 507 for Justin Tucker. Good timing. Touchback. Logan Wilson and Geno Stone slow up, expecting Cam Taylor-Britt to make a tackle. Burrow fires, caught by Chase downfield. No medical attention for Joe Burrow. Completion early on this drive. It's a handoff to Chase Brown on this next first down. Picks up about 3. Chase Wellman with a phenomenal question. Something I've been wondering all day. Why hasn't Chase Brown done a backwards hurdle yet? I think that'd be pretty cool to whip out. Maybe not at this point in the game after already fumbling. 21-20 Bengals lead. 2nd and 6 now for the offense across the 50. It's play action pass. Burrow has all day. He fires to the undrafted rookie tight end. It's a gain of less than 1. Cam Grandy. Third and 6. Make it happen. Make it happen, ZT. Cook something up. Put the ball in Joe Burrow's hands. Cook something up. 3rd and 6. Burrow makes a check at the line of scrimmage. We're changing the play, folks. Trying to get the snap off as the play clock ticks down. They do. He pumps. He fires. It's Chase Brown. First down! Boom! Great work. First look right at Jamar. Pumps, not there. Finds the check down. Great play, Joe. Now let's run the football on first down. 11 minutes left. Let's eat some clock. Burrow up over 300. 2 touchdowns, 42 passes. No run here. It's a pass. It's Gesicki. It's a pickup of about 6. There's Gesicki, John. There's Gesicki. You all wanted him. There he is. Let's run the ball here on 2nd and 5. Can I get a handoff? Can I get a run? Put the ball in your best player's hands. Are we sure Chase Brown isn't one of our best players? Play action pass. Joe Burrow fires to Brown. It's a screen pass. It splits the difference. It's going to be a gain of about 3. The Bengals' run game is a lot of screen passes. Like, I know that's not going to go in the stat sheet as a run, but that's more or less a run play call. Third and 2. Chase Brown motions to join Burrow in the backfield. Ravens showing pressure. It's a snap. It's a deep ball. Incomplete. 4th and 2. Marcus Williams in coverage on the play. 4th and 2. That's a 4-down territory play call. So you're going for it. 4th and 2. Empty backfield. No threat of the run. Oh, man. 53-yard field goal, and we just don't trust McPherson. How is that the 2 play calls? How is that the 2 play calls? That doesn't make any sense to me. That doesn't make any sense to me. Is McPherson just nothing? Is all we have faith in doing throwing the ball downfield? Which we haven't really done all year? You throw the deep ball to Jamar because you have a 4th down play you love. You don't run a 4th down deep shot to Burton. One-point lead. You're going to give Justin Tucker a chance at redemption. Third and 2, 4th and 2. You throw 2 40-yard deep bombs. 2 4th down deep shots to Burton. Brother must not have missed a meeting in the last 3 days. Oh, man. That's brutal, man. That's brutal. We really must not trust McPherson at all. We must not trust McPherson at all. Ravens have great field position. Only down 1. I mean, you got to be able to kick that field goal. Yeah, this is as big of a kicker issue as missing kicks, just not believing in your kicker. You might as well not even have one, much less one of the most expensive kickers in the entire league. Yeah, we were up 14, chat. We were up 21-7, chat. And now it's 21-20. How does that happen? Defense gives up on a play. A defense that hasn't tackled all year long. Has not tackled all year long. And you just think you're going to make an open field tackle? So everyone gives up on the play? All right. Lock in. Lamar's throwing. He pumps the slant. He fires deep. It's Tylan Wallace again. I'm going to have nightmares about 16. What do we say? No mistakes, no blown coverages, no wide open receivers. Since we said that, it's been nothing but mistakes, blown coverages, and wide open receivers. Jackson fires. It's Andrews. It's another first down. Ravens already in field goal range. Ravens have outgained the Bengals this half. 1st and 10, handoff to Derrick Henry. He's got 8. He's got 8. All the momentum with Baltimore at home with their fan base behind them. That stadium's got to be loud as ever right now. It's a run for Lamar. He gets the first down. He has the corner. He's forced out of bounds. 1st and 10 for the Ravens with 7:40 to go in this game. First and 10 now for Baltimore, down 1. Todd Monken in his bag. Lamar Jackson rushes, which we haven't seen so far today. He'd been keeping him for the late game situation. Here we are, and he's using his quarterback to his full advantage. Jackson now fires. It's Henry behind the line of scrimmage. He's getting ahead of steam. Hubbard brings him down. Tylan Wallace is going to be in my nightmares for a month. Yeah, you got to go for 2 here if you're the Ravens and you score a touchdown. You have to. Going up 7 does you no good. Or going up 6 does you no good. Second and 7. Jackson pitches it. Justice Hill brought down in the backfield. It's Mike Hilton and Trey Hendrickson, 3rd and long. 3rd and 9 for Baltimore. Holding him to 3 would certainly be advantageous for the Bengals. You would only need a field goal to win the game, but who knows what that range is if you're unwilling to kick a 53-yarder. 13 carries. Not a ton of production for Derrick Henry. But we all know how he hurt us last week, or last matchup. It was 1 run late in the game. Von Bell blitzing. There's a lot of pressure. It's a wide open Mark Andrews. It's a touchdown. Ravens score a touchdown with 5:50 left to go in this one. Burrow's going to have time and timeouts to answer. Will they go for 2? They will. Ravens are going to go for 2 to try to go up 7. Mark Andrews has dominated the Bengals for a long, long time. A long, long time. It's the 2-point conversion. This is a big one, folks. Zay Flowers in motion. Lamar Jackson in the shotgun with Derrick Henry next to him. Henry motions to the opposite side. Von Bell trying to communicate. Bengals defense seems flustered. It's a handoff up the gut. It's Henry. No, Lamar Jackson keeps it. He's going to get the edge. It's a touchdown. Ravens are up 7. 28-21. Ravens lead. Bengals were up 21-14. Baltimore now up 28-21. There's 5:50 left in this game. Bengals are going to need a touchdown and more to win it. I don't know how this keeps happening, gentlemen. I don't know how this keeps happening. Feels like we've had games in our hands and let them slip away time after time, and here we are again, looking up at a deficit in the fourth quarter. There's one play in every game the Bengals have lost this year you can point to and say, hey, that's where we lost it. This one pretty easy. It's the fumble. And the frustrations for this season continue to mount. Maybe they go down and score and win this football game. That would certainly be nice. That would certainly be nice. Good night, Molly. Thanks for sticking with us. Catch the post game tomorrow. It'll be up everywhere you listen to podcasts. We were up 14, guys. We were up 14. I just don't get it, guys. I just don't get it. Defense played so well for 3 quarters. 2.5 quarters. Defense played so well. And you give up a lazy touchdown up the sideline, Tylan Wallace. You give up an easy drive there after going for it on 4th down. All right, guys, back in Baltimore now for the rest of this fourth quarter, 5:50 to go, and we're gearing up for a post-game show here as soon as this one ends. Jay Balvin performing on Amazon Prime, but you don't want to watch that. You want to watch Craig Sandlin and I either cry or have the celebration of a lifetime. Tucker's sending this one deep. 7-point lead for the Ravens. This ball into the end zone. It's a kneel down by Burton. Ball's at the 30. Burrow 29 of 46 for 319 and 2 touchdowns. Lamar Jackson has also been incredible. 20 of 26 for 234, 3 touchdowns. Lamar yet to be sacked, but not for a lack of trying by the Bengals defense. He's avoided him every step of the way. Burrow's been brought down 3 times and pressured 10 times more than that. Crowd's loud. They're in it. Ravens have the lead after being out of it earlier. Burrow's firing deep. Does he have a man? He has Jamar! Oh my God! Yes! 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 Let's go! Come on! Lamar Jackson high steps. Lamar runs out the clock. Who else we need but 9 and 1? Who else we need but 9 and 1? Ravens killer! Ravens killer! AJ Green, Jamar Chase, Ravens killers! Extra point to tie this sucker up. Got the ball back, 5:50, scored with 5:37 on the clock. Come on! We're singing again! Come on! McPherson's up, it's good. Game's tied at 28, and I hear that Bengal growling. Mean and angry, here he comes a prowling. Lean and hungry, an offensive brute. Ooh, run passer boot. Ooh, and defensively he's rough, tough. Cincinnati Bengals, that's the team we're gonna cheer to victory. Touchdown Bengals, put some points up on that board and win the game for Cincinnati. Woo! I love when divisional rivals hate each other, and these two teams hate each other. Let's go, Jamar! Let's go! 9 catches for 238. How's that sound? Jamar can't do it without T in the lineup. Where you at now? 9 for 238 and 2 tuds. 2 of them. Right back in this sucker. Right back in this sucker. Second player in NFL history with 175 receiving yards in 2 games versus the same opponent in a season. Ravens killer, Jamar Chase. That ball muffed out the back of the end zone, but it's going to be a touchback. Come on, man. Defense, make a stop. You've done it all game, except for lately. Get back to that early game form and make a stop. Make a freaking stop. I've done such a good job about not cussing on this stream all year. Man, I've been close. Hendrickson has to be a hold. Lamar Jackson somehow gets out of the sack. He's going to fire. And it's back! Get him! Get him! Get him! Get him! That's Bengals football! That's Bengals football! Get him, baby! We said we needed a pick! Get back out there, Joe! Oh, that's incomplete. That's incomplete. That's incomplete. Let's get a stop. Let's get a stop. That's an incredibly difficult play. Almost a great pick by Cam. We know how good his ball skills are, but unable to hold that one. Man. Oh, that would have changed my life, folks. That would have changed my life. All right. All right. You got to get home, D-line. You got to get a sack at some point. You got to get a sack at some point. You can't just be in his back pocket all day and not get a single sack. Come on, defense. 2nd and 10. Whew. That was almost incredible, folks. It's a run to Henry stacked up for a gain of about 3. 3rd and 7. 3rd and 7. 5 minutes to go. 3rd and 7. Third and 6. Jackson's passing. Pressure again. It's a completed pass to Bateman across the middle to across the 45, about the 43. First down, Ravens. 4:30. Uh-oh, we're buffering here. It looks like we're back. Amazon Prime having a struggle. Man, that jump pass, this D-line just cannot get it done. We need this worse than ever, guys. 1st and 10 for the Ravens at the 44-yard line. Jackson fires to Zay Flowers on the sideline, dangerous. Flowers brought down at about the 45, going the other way across the 50 now. Gain of 19 for the Ravens on another play that should have been a loss. 1st and 10 now. 35-yard line. Ravens going in to try to score and take the lead. Derrick Henry hit behind the line of scrimmage, but he's picking up 8. Butts out. Butts out. Derrick Henry's butt is out. We saw crack on the live feed, folks. Lucky this game's on Amazon Prime, not network television. Second and 2. Second and 2. Offense needs another chance, man. Offense needs another chance. It's a handoff to Derrick Henry. He gets the first down and nothing more. He gets what he needed, though. 3 minutes left. Clock's ticking. Ravens nearing the end zone. (28-28), 2:50 on the clock. Both teams with all 3 timeouts. Gotta hold him to 3. Gotta hold him to 3. Give yourself a chance. Give yourself a chance. Timeout. Ravens to prevent the delay of game. 2:29 on the clock. They definitely didn't want to use one there. Guys, we got to hold him to 3. We got to hold him to 3. Jackson fires to Zay Flowers, out for about 8. Flag on the play, though. All right. This is either going to be one of the greatest postgame shows of all time if the Bengals can get this win, or one of the saddest cry fests of all time here past 11 p.m. on the East Coast. Craig Sandlin in here on the back end waiting to give it to you guys as soon as this one hits zeros. An eligible man downfield on the Ravens will back him up. Bengals catch another break. Huge penalty. Huge penalty, as Zay Flowers was able to get pretty close to that first down. Keep backing them up. Give the Bengals a better chance to hold them to 3 here. First and 15 now. This pass by Lamar Jackson to Andrews at the line of scrimmage, chopped down after a short gain. Bengals thinking about taking timeouts. They will now. First time out of the game with 2:16 to go. Have to start using timeouts to preserve the clock for the offense. You know you're going to be down regardless of what method of scoring this Ravens offense is able to put up. There's a peek on the broadcast of the Bengals' remaining schedule. Winnable games, but you continue to dig yourself in a hole. It'd be your 6th loss of the season if you're unable to pull this one out. Jackson fires. It's a first down to Rashad Bateman and more inside the 10 as he goes down in bounds. That's going to take us to the 2-minute warning if the Bengals don't use another timeout. Soft coverage, you're giving up the first down, and the Ravens just take it. Bateman goes down in bounds, not as if he was going to score anyway, but goes down in bounds to ensure that the clock keeps rolling. That picture would have been nice, chat. That picture would have been nice. It's a run for Jackson down to the 5. And that will bring us to 2 minutes. Only one timeout remaining for the Bengals. We'll see, folks. 2 minutes left. Bengals are going to have to score to win. Got to hold them to 3. Some people saying give him a touchdown. There's a chat poll question here. Would you give him a touchdown here, or would you try to hold for the field goal? I feel like I would still hold for the field goal, or at least try. You're letting ones fall between your fingertips here, guys. This is as frustrating as they come. If you let up a touchdown, you're playing for overtime. You can't do that. You got to play to win a football game. That fumble snatched every bit of momentum we had, and the Ravens haven't given it back since. I certainly agree with the chat sentiment that it feels like we should have ran the ball more. Only 13 carries for Chase Brown, the only running back to have carries today. Tried to give one to Khalil Herbert. He fumbled the handoff, but I feel like you really do have to run the ball more. You're asking Joe Burrow to win a game throwing the ball 50 times, which obviously he has us in a good spot to do. He's done his job today, and he's done it really, really well, but how many times have we talked about this team having to run the football, and they're just not doing it? Second and goal for the Ravens. Ball's at the 5. Bengals used both timeouts, 2 of their 3 timeouts, before the 2-minute warning. Jackson rolling out here, firing end zone, incomplete. Third down, minute 56 left. Clock will stop. That's big. That's big. Third and goal. Bengals get to hold on to the timeout. That is huge, folks. Absolutely huge. Minute 56 here. Ravens could run it and make the Bengals use that timeout or throw it, and that's what they choose to do. Lamar's going to throw. He's scrambling again. He lofts it as a jump shot. It's a touchdown. Ravens touchdown. It's going to be 35-28 pending the extra point. Lamar Jackson on the run has tortured the Bengals all day. This game is virtually iced in the same fashion. Bengals have scored fast today. Bengals have been able to score fast today. You could get this game to overtime somehow, but it certainly is going to take a lot. It certainly is going to take a lot. 35-28. Tucker bangs it through. Don't want to give up a touchdown, but having a minute 50 left certainly does help. That pass, the jump shot pass, I'm sure we'll see that on our timeline more than we'd like to. Burton Nuke, sign me up. Let's win a football game. Bateman just cooks Cam Taylor-Britt with a really good route. Has a lot of space in the end zone. $219 passing yards and 3 touchdowns in the second half for Lamar Jackson. That's unbelievable. Another game that feels winnable, minute 49. We're staring up at a 7-point deficit, but I said that before the Bengals got the ball last time, and they scored in about 10 seconds. Ravens will be playing deep, almost certainly. Burton takes the knee. Bengals get the ball at the 30. Ravens are going to be in defense, or prevent defense. First and 10, Bengals. Ball's at the 30. We know what we got to do. It's a touchdown for overtime. Minute 49 on the clock. You have 1 timeout. Play action pass. Burrow's running. He fires. It's Gesicki. It's high. It's incomplete. Why would I expect Burrow to have time now if he hasn't had time all day? 2nd and 10. Go for 2 if you score. I absolutely agree, Chase. You can't expect this defense to get stops at this point in the game. Early in the game, I would have said the opposite. But I'm not putting this up to a coin flip if we're able to score here. But that's a big if. Minute 44 on the clock, 2nd and 10. Bengals have to get a touchdown to go to overtime. Burrow's going to be hit in the face as he throws. Incomplete. I mean, they grabbed his face mask, and it's not going to be a penalty. Right. 3rd and 10 for the Bengals, minute and 40 left. Max protect, 2 tight ends, try to give Joe Burrow some time. He fires deep, ball's incomplete. Yoshivas didn't even turn around. 4th and 10 with a minute 36 left. Game's on the line here. Fourth and 10, minute 36 left. The last position you want to be in. Convert it or you lose. Ravens showing pressure. And they bring it. Burrow fires. It's caught short of the line to gain. It's going to come down to the spot. They give him the first down. First down, Bengals, 1:23. Clock's rolling. Huge spot there on the Yoshibas catch. They're stopping the clock and calling for a measurement. If the line to gain is the 40, I think that's a first down. When he comes down, that ball is on the 40-yard line. If the line to gain is the 40, that's a first down. There's no way you overturn this. Ah, that knee might be down. He might not have gotten it. It couldn't be closer. We'll see what the call is, but that's certainly close, guys. Bengals still have to go a long ways in order to score and force this game into the extended period. First down, Bengals. First down, Bengals. Offense is on the field. Stands is called, not enough to overturn it. First down, Bengals. Live to fight another day. 1:21 on the clock. 1st and 10 for Cincinnati. Yoshi's got to be smart about where he runs that route, so it's not as much of a question. But that's a vibes play right there. Incomplete, intended for Gesicki. Looking for a flag. He doesn't get one. That certainly looked like he was early. I don't understand that at all. Gesicki's fired up about it. Can't get a flag, arguing. Man, that looked early. Man! 1st and 11, 2nd and 10. 1 minute and 11 seconds, 2nd and 10. Burrow fires to the sticks. It's caught by Chase. Incomplete, pardon me, but there is a flag on the play. Marlon Humphrey held on the play. Come on, guys. $15 instead of $5. That's big. Burton Fertile would make me so happy. Yeah, it's a face mask. Burrow throwing again, as he will probably for the remainder. He floats that one. Caught by Chase. 30-25 out of bounds. There is a flag down. Offensive backfield. This one's going to come back. No! Roughing the passer! Come on! Come on! Move him! Oh, man. He got clobbered. Oh, my God. He got clobbered. Let's go! Inside the 15-yard line, under a minute to go here. Oh, man. Oh, man. Come on. Legacy drive. Burrow shotgun, fires end zone. It's out of bounds, incomplete. I mean, I had to have called that uncatchable. Mark, I'll score as fast as we can, man. I'll take points however we can get them. Second and 10. Chase in motion. Fired, caught by Chase at the 5. Flag down. Flag on the opposite sideline of the play. Neutral zone infraction on the defense. $50 left. 2nd and 5 for the Bengals. We're down 7. It's 28-35. Ball's at the 7. Burrow drops back. He's running again. He fires. He pumps. He fires. It's Chase Brown in the backfield. He gets out of bounds. He does. Clock stops. Clock stops with 42 seconds left. Great work by Chase Brown to get out of bounds. Absolutely crucial. Bengals have the one timeout in their back pocket with 42 seconds left, but man, you love to be able to hold on to it there. It's 3rd down. Sample running around in the backfield, finally settles next to Burrow. Chase Brown on the other side. Burrow's passing again. He fires to the end zone. It's caught! 3 of them things! 1, 2, 3. Let's go! Bengals are going for 2! Bengals are going for 2! Everyone relax. Everyone relax. Everyone relax. Everyone relax. 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 God, Jamar is so good, guys. You can't take him with you. Get the matchup you want. Call the timeout if you don't love it. What a ball from Burrow. What a ballsy pass. I mean, that has to be a perfect ball. And he gets it. All right, let's do it for real. Let's do it for real, guys. And Burrow's hurt. Onside kick. I'm fine going for 2 there, and I'm fine putting the ball in Joe Burrow's hands. You're not going to hand it off. If you get stopped on a run, we'd kill Zach Taylor all day. I'm not giving the ball back to Lamar Jackson. I'm going for 2. We just didn't get it. That's the right call. Onside kick here for McPherson. Bengals' only chance remaining in this one is to get this onside kick. It's a timeout on Baltimore to make sure everyone's set. 38 seconds here. It's a 1-point game. Joe Burrow putting together the game of a lifetime, and the Bengals are going to piss it away. Burrow's been taking licks all game, and he has 430 passing yards and 4 touchdowns without T. Higgins. That's on 56 pass attempts. This guy is unbelievable, and the Bengals are throwing away a historic season. Clearly defensive holding via 63 fantasy points. Craig Sandlin showing me right now. 63 fantasy points. Onside kicks kicked around, and it's going to be recovered by the Ravens. 38 seconds left. They're going to be able to salt this one away. Don't go anywhere. Bengals fans, we're all in the same boat. Do not go anywhere. We have a post-game show coming up as soon as this clock hits zeros. Craig Salen's already joined me in here. Going to get some graphics ready as this clock rolls out. We'll run the intro as soon as this hits zeros, and we'll break this down because, man, my heart is in a million pieces right now. So don't go anywhere. Make sure you like the stream. We're going to bring you a post-game show here in a second. Lamar Jackson takes a knee. I believe he has to take one more. No, that will do it. Final score here in Cincinnati, or pardon me, in Baltimore, in the game between the Ravens and the Bengals. 35-34. The Ravens take the win, sweeping the Bengals on the season. A heartbreaking overtime loss in Cincinnati earlier this season. Now a loss in Baltimore, a 1-point loss after the Bengals scored a touchdown with minimal time remaining and went for 2 to try to win the game on the spot. Didn't get it. Ravens recover the onside kick, take a knee, and game is over. 35-34, Bengals lose. Bengals fall to 4-6 on the season. Chargers Sunday Night Football up next. But before we turn the page on this one, we got a couple episodes of Chatterbox Bengals to break this one down. But first, immediate post game as always. I'm going to run this intro, and we'll talk to you guys in about 3 minutes.
Hubbard's got a convoy, chased by Andrews. At the 30, the 20, he will score! To the end zone, down the field, and it is deflected, and gone! Touchdown! A.J. Green!
Over goes back to throw. Men are coming late. Looks right down the middle. There's Eddie Brown. He has it at the 35 to the 30. He may go 10-5. Touchdown!
Now the Bengals Super Bowl chances rest on his right foot. The kick is up.
Yeah.
It is good!
Corey Dillon, he's gone. The knockout punch, you're looking at it. 65 yards. And they're back to throw as the blitz is on. Goes long, intended for Collinsworth. He has it down to the 20, touchdown. And Chris Collinsworth.
Throwing the long ball, deep down the field. Johnson's got it.
is no fluke. It is a fact. The Cincinnati Bengals are headed to Super Bowl 56. The play clock at 3. Shotgun snap. Carr throws into traffic. Intercepted. Jermaine Pratt has the football.
Yeah.
Coffin nails.
Bam, bam, bam. How about that?
Heartbreak in Baltimore. Bengals fall to 4-6 on the season. Craig Sandlin in here to join me for the post-game show as we wrap up Thursday Night Football. Craig, there for a while, I thought this was setting up to be one of the best post-game shows we've ever had the pleasure of doing together. Not the case. Absolute heartbreak. This might be the lowest I've been yet this year, and that's saying a lot. Because after that first Ravens loss, I said that it was one of the worst regular season losses, if not the worst regular season loss that I've experienced. But this one's certainly up there as well. Heartbreak continues to mount in the 2024 Bengals season. I got to see your reaction there through most of the last bit of the game. It was helped to keep me have some life there as it fell through our fingers. But, man, we have some great players on this team. Some players that are towards the top of the league in their position, no doubt about it, but unable to capitalize on historic performances yet again. Craig, I think you're muted.
Let's try this again.
There we go.
Jacob, I'm not going to lie to you. After that first half, I was ready to join this live stream and tell you that I was all the way back in.
There we go.
I was loving what I was seeing out of the defense. I was okay with what I was seeing out of the offense. I was getting excited, not going to lie. And as the game went on and the defense struggled, I said, you know what? That's okay. We don't expect this defense to be great. We don't expect them to shut down, but the offense can keep doing what they do. And if this team is for real, they can find a way to win this game despite the defense in the second half. And quite frankly, they did. I mean, if you consider the non-called holding there on the 2-point conversion, which would have given them another chance from the 1 yard line, where I know we've been rough in short yardage this year, but I like our chances on a 2-point conversion from the 1. I thought we had a chance really to pull this one out. Like you said, disappointing, melancholy for sure.
Yeah.
A lot of words to describe this feeling. This isn't the feeling that I expected here.
No.
But
I thought even if we lost, it was going to be a way that I could work around. But blowing a 14-point lead like that, getting the generational performances from Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, and I gave them their own piece of the ticker here. We'll get to it for sure because, I mean, that was incredible. But I think we got to get some of the negativity out first because it wouldn't feel right to just jump into talking about some good stuff off the rip. And man, to continue to see these numbers put up by these guys on offense and not be able to capitalize. These examples are mounting of just phenomenal games by the offense, and you haven't been able to pull it through. And honestly, in this game, I don't know how much I blame the defense. Would I have loved more out of them? Absolutely. 35 points, unacceptable. I get that. How did the Ravens score today? A turnover on downs gave them a short field. I mean, you continued to a fumble gave them a short field. You continued to give them opportunities with shorter fields. I know they weren't necessarily 20 or 30-yard fields. The fumble was, but the turnover on downs were towards the other side of the 50. But still, when you give Lamar Jackson and that Ravens offense, who's the best in the NFL to this point, opportunities to inch their way back into the game, they're going to seize it. Those kind of mistakes, this is exactly what Joe Burrow was talking about throughout the week. The mistakes they made against the Raiders and won that game, they were able to do because it was the Raiders. You turn the page this week, you play the Ravens, you cannot make all those mistakes. Everyone in our chat, certified ball knowers, as soon as we were up 14 points, all anyone said was play a mistake-free game the rest of the way. No turnovers, no missed tackles, no blown coverages, no wide open receivers. For the next 30 minutes of football, it was nothing but mistakes. I don't know how the team can look so different in two halves, and it's been something that's happened a lot this year.
Well, I mean, I think you have to go back to momentum killers. And we saw the same thing with the Eagles game. The Bengals and Eagles were playing a back and forth game.
Yep.
And then you have a fourth down that you fail to convert. And from there, the game gets away from you. And luckily, the Bengals were able to rebound a little bit on this one. But that Chase Brown fumble at the beginning of the second half was a momentum killer. You come out of the halftime, you get the Ravens to punt on a 3-and-out where they gain 2 yards, and you come out and you hit Jamar Chase for a 67-yard touchdown on the first play of your next drive. After we're talking about run the ball and let's have a long, nice drive here, they go out and they hit Jamar Chase for 67 yards. Well, you get the Ravens to punt again on the next drive, and now you're looking at 21-7 with the ball in your possession with under 10 minutes to go in the third quarter, with a chance to really put the Ravens away at that point.
Yep.
And instead, you fumble the ball away. The Ravens are able to score on a 5-play, 31-yard drive. You punt on the next play on again, we'll talk about it, debatable decision to punt the ball in that scenario where you had the ball in the Baltimore 40. Whether you punt the ball there or kick a 58-yarder is debatable. We'll talk about that. Baltimore scores on missed tackle touchdown to Tylan Wallace. And then you turn the ball over on downs again in a scenario where, again, you have the ball on the Baltimore 34-yard line. You have an opportunity to kick a field goal, expand your lead to 4. You don't do that. You give up another Baltimore touchdown. And at that point, Baltimore's got a 28-21 lead, and it just different makeup of a game. Now the Bengals responded and they were able to score that 70-yard touchdown to Jamar Chase after that, but that made it 28-28 instead of a game where you should have already been up 28-7, or the bare minimum 21-7 with the Ravens deep in their own territory, and instead you're fumbling it away, and it just changes the complete outcome of the game again. And it just feels like this team right now has these momentum killers that really are the difference in these really competitive games against good teams. And good teams don't kill themselves, and that's what's been killing the Bengals right now, is themselves.
It feels like exactly what you just said. Every single loss the Bengals have had this season, the main culprit is the Bengals. It's every single one. You can point to one key play where you lose momentum, and it's really none of them is at a point where it's forced by the other team. It's self-forced errors. And in the case tonight, it's Chase Brown getting into the pile, fighting for extra yards, picks up about 9 on trying to fight for an extra 1 or 2 to get the first down, and he doesn't put the second hand on the ball. It's just basic stuff like that. And then you look back at the Chiefs game. I know we're going all the way back to week 2, but the Joe Burrow fumble, scoop, and score. Yeah, that changed everything in that game. An opportunity where the Bengals had to really put a stranglehold on the Chiefs in that one, and you give them the ball back and put them right back in the game. You can go down the line, the muffed kick or the muffed hold on the field goal attempt against Baltimore. Every single loss the Bengals had this season, there is one point, some later in the game than others, but there's one point where the momentum switched and the Bengals were unable to get it back. And I don't know whether that falls on the players or the coaches, but I think that's a team culture issue if you cannot turn the page. You have to have short memories in sports, and it seems like the Bengals are elephants out there not forgetting a single thing. As soon as one mistake is made, it seems like it just compounds across the entire offense. And I'm not even necessarily talking about the big ones like the fumbles. Early in the game, Cody Ford gets beat on a pass rush. The rest of the game, it doesn't seem like he really locked in and turned the page and won much at all. Joe Burrow was running for his life all day long, and it wasn't just Ford. The interior struggled mightily, and Marius Mims got beat once or twice. So I'm not just picking on one guy, but it felt like as soon as the Ravens proved that they could beat that offensive line early in the game, the offensive line said, well, we'll give it our best, but this is going to be a tough one. Joe's going to have to save us, and that's kind of the sentiment that seems to ripple throughout the entire team. As soon as Chase Brown fumbles there, the defense basically gives up a touchdown, and I don't necessarily fault them for that because it was the short field, but never bouncing back and crumbling the rest of the game. What do we say after that? They've only let them score on short fields. Well, after that fumble, what happened? Bengals punted away, and the Ravens go 92 yards. The defense completely disappeared after that momentum shift, and that's just not something that can happen. If the offense wants to have that issue about remembering mistakes, I guess we can have that debate when it comes. That can't seep to the other side of the ball. You can't have that happen. These have to be two units that operate to the best of their ability independently, and they come together to form a really good football team. That's not the case right now. When one side fails, it seems to ripple throughout the entire team, and I don't understand why. We can keep putting it on Zach Taylor and these coordinators, but at some point, these players are their own men. They're professional athletes. They have to be able to operate on this on their own. And that's not the only grade school mistakes we made tonight. How many angles on wide open plays? I'll pick on the Tylan Wallace touchdown because it's the one on the forefront of my mind. I'm sure we'll have better, more intricate film on Tuesday. But on that play, Cam Taylor-Britt misses an open field tackle, which he's done all year long. This isn't some kind of curveball that Cam Taylor-Britt's missing a tackle. And the entire defense thinks he's just going to, no doubt, bring him down. Logan Wilson and Geno Stone slow up and then can't get to Tylan Wallace on the sideline, and he goes 86 yards for a touchdown. Unacceptable. They tucked their tail and they hid today in the second half, and it's incredibly frustrating.
There's a lot of things that are frustrating. I mean, I'm looking at the initial PFF grades here after this game, and like Joe Burrow hurried 26 times. 26 hurries. He got hit 11 times tonight, Jacob. Like, I realize that it takes two to tango. I realize that you're in the position you're in due to injuries. But at the end of the day, this offensive line has major flaws that we have known really since day one. The fact that we went into the season with a scenario where we knew Cody Ford was going to be the first man off the bench, just not a good scenario. And it comes down to the front office putting these guys in a good position. And that obviously didn't work out. You know, you mentioned specifically Cody Ford, excuse me. But if we're being honest, I mean, nobody, Alex Kappa, we talked about him, unfortunately, on Tuesday. Mm-hmm. He has an initial PFF grade on pass blocking sets of a 28.9. Amarius Mims, right. 39.6. Like, Cordell Volson, 54.5. Cody Ford, 56.6. With the exception of Ted Karras, all four of your offensive linemen have a sub 60 pass blocking grade. Yeah. It's just not going to get the job done. And it's just putting Burrow in a predicament where, you know, we see that, you know, he takes a cheap shot late that was unflagged that may or may not have injured him. And, you know, he was able to continue to play, but, you know, that kind of stuff adds up. And I felt like Joe had happy feet, especially in the first half. I felt like he was leaving the pocket a little early. He wasn't really controlling the pocket in a way that I feel like Joe Burrow can. And then on the defense, like you mentioned, it just compiled. I mean, the team was tackling really well in the first half. They were really containing the Baltimore attack. And in the second half, it just kind of fell apart, and it really came down to tackling. I mean, if you don't let Tylan Wallace get free for that long touchdown, I mean, we may be talking a different story. But it just, you know, it's just a compounding issue, and it just kind of spreads throughout the team, like you said. And just, you know, a really frustrating night. And I think you can tell by Jacob and I's demeanor, like this isn't really kind of the show we were expecting, you know, especially if you would have talked to us 15, 20 minutes ago or an hour ago. An 84-yard touchdown for Tylan Wallace with 2 missed tackles and 2 players giving up on the play.
Longest passing touchdown of Lamar's career.
Enough. Yeah. Just not good enough. And, you know, here we are. We're going to break down the film this week. We'll be back on, you know, on Tuesday to kind of go through this. But it just, you know, there's so many holes that are really tough to figure out. And then the other side of me, Jacob, I'm just going to be honest, like, the other half of me looks at this offense and I'm like, I don't care how bad the defense is. This offense is good enough to win games. Right. And I still don't think they're out of the playoff picture.
Right. Which
and
is
you guys
crazy
talked about off the bench
say.
This morning, but like, I really don't think they're out.
Right.
And like, So I'm
And
just
that's
in
the
this
thing, I
weird
think, why
headspace
all
where
of
I'm
these
trying to figure out what to
losses,
think.
why all of these losses rip our heart out every single time. Because we can sit here after the game and admit that it's not a good football team. And I've known that for weeks, but you still hear me every week come in here and say I'm bought in on this team in this season because the AFC is terrible. The AFC is horrendous. There are going to be multiple bad teams that make the playoffs, and of those bad teams, none of them are quarterbacked by Joe Burrow. And if we learned anything tonight, it doesn't matter how anyone's on the field plays. Joe Burrow is unbelievable. If he's not the best quarterback in the league, he's top 2 or 3. He has been nothing but great this year. They're sitting at 4-6, 7 of 9, quickly became 6 of 8, 7 and 9. Now you got to win 6 of 7. Which is incredibly, incredibly tough. But the AFC, these standings, and this Bengals schedule, I just can't quit. I just cannot quit it. The Bengals lose this game. They fall to 9th in the AFC. Obviously, a lot of that can change as this week progresses and wins and losses shake out through the rest of Week 10. But looking just at the teams above the Bengals right now, the wild card Baltimore Ravens, obviously we can comfortably say they're better. They swept us this year. After that, we'll see about the Chargers on Sunday Night Football. I think that'll be a fun one next week. Broncos, Colts, and Jets. I'll take the Bengals over all those teams. You cannot convince me the Bengals are eliminated from playoff contention. Winning today would have gone a long way in making me believe they can make a run in the playoffs because they've still yet to beat any good teams. But good news for the Bengals, there's not many good teams left on that schedule. So if you keep taking out the trash, you're probably going to be able to sneak into the playoffs or at least be right there in the hunt graphic in week 15, 16, 17, and 18. And that's really what we're asking for after this start is be in the hunt, be in the mix. And sitting at 4-6, you have an uphill battle, but you still have the ability.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I really hesitate to say that they're out of the playoff picture. I mean, you know me. I'm typically the pessimist here. I'm the one who's down on everything. And the fact of the matter is still like the AFC is terrible. This offense is really, really good. And if this defense can just get some momentum and make some plays, then I feel like all it really takes is a couple stops a game. They don't have to shut people out. They don't have to score, hold people to 17 points a game. But at some point, this defense has to get a big stop, and that doesn't feel like it really ever happens.
Nope.
So you're sitting at 4-6 here. You go to LA, another primetime matchup before your bye week, and you've got an opportunity to pick up the W before the bye, get healthy, get right. Obviously, you hope that Orlando Brown is back for next week. He's got 10 days now to get right.
Bye after that, so could make sense to hold him out if he's not 100% though.
God, I sure hope we don't. But would understand it. And it just, you sit at 4-6 and you look at the schedule ahead, and I fully admit that I still had this as like an L on the schedule as I was kind of going through the scenarios, and even with this as an L on the schedule, they can still get to 10 wins. Or even 9 wins might get in this year. So it's tough. But then the question becomes, okay, let's say you get in and it's seemingly going to come down to Kansas City or Baltimore. Well, Lamar Jackson's now 6-1 against Joe Burrow, Jacob.
Yep.
And that's not because Joe Burrow has performed poorly. I'd have to do some quick math based on how things went today, but Joe Burrow now in his 7 games against the Baltimore Ravens against Lamar Jackson has thrown for 2,000 yards.
Yeah.
In those games, 428 tonight. He had 1,531 coming in, so he's at 1,950 yards. Throws for 4 touchdowns tonight. That puts him at 16 touchdowns and 5 interceptions in his career head-to-head against Lamar. All of those clearly not his fault. The difference is Lamar Jackson in those 7 games, he's now sitting at 1,750 yards. He's sitting at 16 touchdowns as well to only 2 interceptions. Plus Lamar Jackson's adding the yards on the ground, over 300. on the ground coming into today. He adds another 33 today, 350 yards on the ground in those 7 games. I mean, it's just, it's frustrating that Joe Burrow can perform this well and not be basically a shoe-in for MVP conversations and Super Bowl contending every year, because it feels like you are wasting Joe Burrow right now with the defense that you're trotting out here every year. And the problem is, now you look ahead. Let's say that you have given up on this year and you look ahead to the draft. The truth remains that there's still so many holes on this team.
Yeah.
And so many question marks on the offense, even with T. Higgins, Jamar Chase's contract scenario. I don't see how there's a fix coming in the near term for this defense, just based on the way this front office has drafted and what they've prioritized.
Winning these shootouts it's the Bengals team we're going to watch for the next few years, at least. You just have to start winning them. I mean, you can't lose games 34-35. We're going to be in a billion of these games a year. And if we get to a point where we're still Super Bowl contenders, or still's the wrong word now. If we get back to the point where we're Super Bowl contenders, you're going to play more of these games in the playoffs, because I don't think this defense is just going to magically be fixed. So you have to figure out a way to score more than the other team, because in these shootouts, you've been scoring less than them. And that's not winning games. And that's the frustrating part. But Craig, we got to get to the point that I'm sure everyone's interested in talking about. Everyone that's staying up past midnight here wants to hear the talk about the play calls today. Obviously, the 2 big ones, 2 4th down fades to Jermaine Burton. 3rd down play before that, a fade to Jamar Chase. A punt when you could have taken a 50-something yard field goal. You can tackle it first if you'd like. You can take them all. You can take half of them. I do think it's important that we split it up and you talk about the process and then the play. I think going for it and then what the play call is, it's important to have 2 separate conversations there. And then one I obviously forgot to mention, going for it, the 2-point conversion instead of kicking the field goal at the end. Really, those 4 plays circled in the outcome of this game.
Let's go through them in the order that they happened in the game, Jacob. We'll start early on in the game. The Bengals obviously score another phenomenal first drive for the Bengals in this game. That's 5 straight games now that the Bengals have scored on their opening drive, including the opening kickoff return. The Baltimore Ravens then go 3 and out and punt. The Bengals get the ball back at their own 10, and they progress down the field to the Baltimore 48-yard line, where it's 1st and 10 at the 48 with about 4 minutes to go in the first quarter. Chase Brown runs to the left for 7 yards. 2nd and 3 at the 41. Joe Burrow, incomplete pass to Andre Yoshivas, 3rd and 3. Joe Burrow, pass incomplete deep right to Mike Gesicki, 4th and 3 now at the 41-yard line. Now, I was in the chat at this point, Jacob, saying that I would take the field goal and go up 2 possessions early in this game. Let's just start with the decision to go for it on 4th and 3 with the ball at the Baltimore 41. In that situation, what's your thoughts there?
Thoughts have to come down to whether or not this team believes in Evan McPherson. If you're not confident he makes that kick, then you have to go for it, because there's no point in punting that ball. I think if you extend that kicker, you have to have faith in him. Why do after a couple misses, one of which was because of a bad hold, we just no longer let Evan McPherson kick anymore? I certainly would have taken the field goal and the extra 3 points and gone up 10. No question about it in my mind. Otherwise, you need to cut Evan McPherson. Because if you're never going to trot him out there for a 50-yard kick, go get another kicker. There's no point in having him take up a roster spot if you have no faith in him. I think that was the perfect time to kick it.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of question marks around Evan McPherson right now, it seems, and I understand that. He hasn't been the same over the last 2 years, really, especially from 50 plus. But at the same time, you're paying this guy over $6 million a year to be your kicker. And it's not necessarily a high pressure kick in that scenario. It's early in the game. Yes, it's a 58-yarder. Yes, it's a terrible field. But the truth of the matter is that you've got an opportunity to go up 10 points early on against the Baltimore Ravens, a division rival. I didn't love going for it to begin with. All right, we'll start there. Sounds like maybe we're on the same page there. I would have taken the points, gone up 10-0 early. Now you decide to go for it, 4th and 3. I want to start by saying you've got Chase Brown that picks up 7 yards on first down, and you don't run the ball again and give it back to him to try and pick up another first down at any point during that possession there, right? So that part is frustrating for me.
Yeah.
The part that's going to be really frustrating, and I'm going to have to go back and watch tape, and I think we're going to have to watch tape on all of these 4th down attempts.
No question about that.
And some of these decisions is what was the read? What was there on the field? What were the other receivers running? Was anybody open?
Exactly.
I don't love, and I got to try and remember and keep them all straight. I don't love that Burton seemed to be read 1 on that play.
Right.
It's not like Burrow was looking elsewhere. Burrow must have had some sort of pre-snap read that made him believe that Jermaine Burton was going to be his go-to play on that route.
Mm-hmm.
And then he overthrew him by 5 yards, right?
Right.
And that was seemingly a consistent story this game that I think has to be talked on too, is that Joe Burrow and Jermaine Burton on deep routes did not seem aligned. I don't love a deep shot there. I'm going to reserve complete judgment until I see tape. But the truth of the matter is that he overthrew him by 5 yards, and it just feels like a wasted play at that point.
100%. 100%. And that wasn't the only time Burrow overthrew a deep ball on 4th down. But, yeah, if you're going to throw that ball to Jermaine Burton, my initial thought, and the thought of a lot of guys in the chat just from the TV angle, which was cleared up after we saw some different angles and some conversation from people that were in the stadium and on the sideline, was that Jermaine Burton slowed up on that route. It certainly looked like he was re-accelerating, I guess, when the camera cut to him at the end of that route. A lot of people were saying that was not the case after they saw different angles, so important to note that. But very unfortunate for Burrow, especially if that was the first read, because he did truly have such a remarkable game today. And that was a ball that seemed like it was open. It was open. Burton had the steps. If that throws better, it could have been 6, much less the conversion. So I might just be a rookie who hasn't even been at practice every day, that doesn't know where he's supposed to be at the end of these routes and wasn't tracking the ball well. I don't know what the situation was there. If he was the first read, that's an issue in and of itself. You have plenty of other people on this team that I would go to before that guy, who was proven to not be reliable this year. And in a moment of need there on 4th down early in the game with a chance to take a big-time lead, you throw a deep ball to him that lands about five yards outside of his reach. It's just... And that's the first action we saw from him today. It was kind of like that would have been a great start to the day for both Burton and the Bengals offense to dig Baltimore into that deeper hole by connecting on that play for the touchdown, take a 14-0 lead, but obviously not what happened.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's fast forward, Jacob, to the 3rd quarter. After the Chase Brown fumble, the Baltimore Ravens score on a 5-play 31 drive touchdown drive to make the score 21-14.
Mm-hmm.
The Bengals take over at the 19 after a terrible return by Jermaine Burton. They do pick up a couple chunks. They get a 15-yard completion to Jamar Chase. They get another 17-yard completion to Jamar Chase that takes them down to the Baltimore 34-yard line.
Yep.
But then Joe Burrow is sacked by Justin Madubuike to make it 2nd and 16 at the Baltimore 40. Burrow then incomplete. Burrow takes a shot down the middle to Jamar Chase, also incomplete. It brings up 4th and 16 at the Baltimore 40. Would have been a 57 or so yard field goal at that point. You were on the record during the show that you agreed with punting in that scenario, and you were pretty confident in that.
Yes.
I'm still of this mindset that we have to have faith in our kicker. And I think one of the challenges that we're having here, and this is one of my fears if I'm Zach Taylor, is that I am deliberately telling Evan McPherson right now that I don't trust you. And
That's
whether you do or not, he now knows you don't. And so for me, again, understand the decision to punt it and to punt, put them in their own deep in their own territory. But I think I would have gone for the points there. Again, try to get a 2-possession lead over a Baltimore team that just scored on a touchdown. I think that from a momentum play, I think I'm trying to get points on the board there.
I don't hate the take. I felt pretty strongly about it during the game that the punt was the right move, but hindsight's obviously always 20/20, and getting the points there would have been huge for the Bengals with this final outcome. But a couple of things I want to kind of focus on the periphery of the decision to punt this away. Before that punt, the Ravens' touchdowns were a 30-yard drive following the fumble and a 55-yard drive following a turnover on downs. The defense had forced two 3-and-outs and then a 6-play drive that resulted in a punt for the Ravens. Every time the Ravens were backed up with even a reasonably long field, the defense had gotten a stop. And this put them at 93 yards to have to score a touchdown. And they only scored it because the defense gave up on a Tylan Wallace play where he ran down the sideline for 86 yards.
Pause. They scored in that play because of that.
I'm not saying they wouldn't have scored. That's
scored
fair.
Because of that.
That's definitely fair.
But,
You can't say they wouldn't have scored.
They certainly scored quicker on a more explosive play than maybe they would.
The defense still didn't give up a 93-yard drive. They didn't get drove down the field. It was one bad play. I still think I stand with that punt there. It's a tough pill to swallow in a 1-point loss, but your defense had been playing really well up to that point. If you truly don't trust your kicker, which we already saw earlier in the game, I think it's a questionable decision to welcome out there for a 58-yard kick when you declined it earlier. It's just mixed messages there. I don't hate punting that ball. I think the defense just gave up on a play where they could have got a stop, and who knows what happens after that. So I think even hindsight-wise, looking back at that one, I'm fine. I'm fine co-signing that punt. I know a lot of people won't be.
Yeah, Ryan Rico has shown an ability to be a very good punter, and I understand, let's pin them deep, and he did exactly what he was supposed to do. And I think again, like you said, hindsight's 20/20, and the defensive outcome may be kind of blinding a little bit there in terms of what people thought could have been done. I just don't. I'm going back to the same point over and over again, and I don't think we need to hammer this home, but I don't love the mindset that we are likely putting Evan McPherson in right now.
100%.
And for a guy who has been clutch, for a guy who has been able to kick long field goals in big moments, at some point you have to give him something beyond 40 yards. And I'm sure I'm misremembering. It feels like it's been 3 or 4 games since he's had a shot outside of 45 yards. Everything feels like it's been short for him, and everything else has been either going for it or punted away. So I just worry a little bit that when you're going to need him, he's not going to be ready in the way that you would like him to be ready because you haven't used him in these other situations. Now, you punt it. The Ravens take advantage. They get the Tylan Wallace 84-yard touchdown from Lamar Jackson on the missed tackle. Justin Tucker misses the extra point. It stays 21-20, and that's in that moment. Bengals get the ball after the touchback. Another chunk play for Jamar Chase. He picks up 17 yards on the first play of the drive. Takes you to your 47, and then Chase Brown picks up 4 to get you into Baltimore territory. You pick up 7 more from Chase Brown to make it 1st and 10. You get Mike Gesicki for a 5-yard catch to make it 2nd and 5 at the Baltimore 37. Chase Brown catches a ball for 3 yards to make it 3rd and 2. And then this is where I just don't understand the back-to-back play calls. 3rd and 2 at the Baltimore 34. Joe Burrow, pass incomplete, deep right to Jamar Chase. And then on 4th and 2, yet again, Joe Burrow pass deep down the left sideline to Jermaine Burton is yet again overthrown. This ball, again, the Baltimore 34-yard line, Jacob.
Yep.
4th and 2. I think you actually may have said it on the broadcast, but once they threw that deep shot on 3rd and 2, you know they were going for it on 4th and 2.
Correct.
To follow that up, I'm going to stop because we said we were going to leave it at decisions first and then play calls. 3rd and 2, you take a deep shot to Jamar Chase. I don't think we need to have a lot of conversation about this. Once you took that deep shot, I think it was pretty obvious what your plan was.
You only take that deep shot if you're going to go for it.
You only take the deep shot if you're going to go for it.
Right.
But again, at that point, you have a 21-20 lead. Didn't end up mattering, but 24-20 sounds a lot better as you near the end of the game.
Mm-hmm.
That's with 9:29 left in the game at that point, Jacob.
Yep.
4th and 2 at the 34. I'll start with, are you, again, going for it on 4th and 2 at the 34?
I am, and the only reason I am is because I think at this point in the game, you feel quite different about the defense than you did earlier in the game. I was okay with giving it back earlier in the game because the defense had proven that they could get stops. Going for this one, you have a chance to put it away, or at least it feels like you really do. And I think you have to take that. It's the same thing I'm going to get to when we come to the 2-point conversion. It's you have a chance to end the football game. I think you have to try to take it.
I feel like
24-20. What makes you think Lamar Jackson's not going to go score at that point?
I mean, maybe he is, Jacob, but you have a 4-point lead and now a field goal ties it up if they do score a touchdown.
Yeah.
It's not about whether or not you're going to stop Lamar Jackson. It's about what's going to put you in a position in the future to be able to tie this game or win it. And being 24-20 is a lot different than being 21-20. And then you give up that touchdown in the 2-point conversion. And now it's 28-21 instead of what could have been 28-24 or 27-24, because they probably don't go for 2 in that scenario. So now it's 27-24. You kick a field goal to tie it rather than having to score a touchdown. Now, again, the Bengals scored the touchdowns that they needed at the end of the game. So, hindsight's 20/20. But if you do that,
I guess you are right.
You got to think about all the scenarios, right?
Yeah.
I mean,
no, you're right.
So that's where I struggled with that decision.
I think I'd care about it less just because we were able to capitalize on touchdowns the rest of the way. If we weren't, and it was coming down to field goals, you're right. Yeah, you're definitely right.
You win this game 37-35 instead of losing this game 35-34.
Yeah.
I mean, I hate to say it. I know hindsight is 20/20, and I realize that we don't know what Baltimore would have done out of these situations. But you're talking about giving Baltimore the ball in decent field position multiple times. You're talking about leaving 9 points on the board because of multiple decisions throughout the course of the game. And it just stacks and stacks and stacks. And I like Zach Taylor being aggressive in the right moments, but that can't be your every go-to for the entire game, every single game. And it's one thing to talk about the Philadelphia Eagles going for it on 4th and 1 every time because they know that they can do the tush push and pick up that yardage. That's a lot different than going for it on 4th and 2, 4th and 3 with this team because they don't have that kind of stuff. They don't have a run game to pick up the 2 yards. They don't have a consistent deep threat to take the top off. Now, Jamar Chase obviously did that today, but in the past that hadn't happened. And so now you're in a situation, again, I like being aggressive in the right moments, but you just left points on the board time and time again here. And for a fan base who wants to blame a lot on Zach Taylor and on Lou Anarumo, Zach Taylor's got to shoulder the fact that those are 9 points that you left on the board. So even if you still give up the touchdowns afterwards, you're in a much different situation than you end up being at the end of the game.
You're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. And that brings us to the final play call of the day that I think we're going to discuss here, and that's the 2-point conversion at the end. and I'll go ahead and start here. 0, 0, 0 thought in my mind to kick that extra point. 0. Not even considering it. Didn't even cross my mind. Soon as they scored, I was hoping they went for 2. Do I love throwing the ball to Tanner Hudson? No, but we're not grading play calls right now. We're grading the process. And I think going for 2 is absolutely, without a doubt, the right process. And I really don't know how it wouldn't be, because if you kick the extra point, you're virtually putting this game down to a coin flip. Lamar Jackson has scored every time he got the ball in the second half. He's been phenomenal in the second half. Lights out. Derrick Henry, what did he do last game when he went to overtime against the Ravens? He bottled up all day, busts out a 60-yard run to push him over 100 yards at the end of the game. Ravens kick field goal and win. You have to go for 2 and end the football game. You don't give the ball back to Lamar Jackson. That was the right play by Zach Taylor to go for 2 there and try to end it.
Yeah. So statistically, you are in a coin flip either way. You are either in a literal coin flip going into overtime, hoping that you win the coin flip and getting the ball, or you are in a play going for 2 that is statistically a coin flip. I think the success rate on 2-point conversions is essentially 48% or something like that. That essentially puts you in a coin flip scenario either way. And I, like you, would much rather that coin flip be coming out of my hands than coming out of a referee's hands or Lamar Jackson's hands.
Ask Bengals fans if they prefer to put their lives on the line of George Washington or Joe Burrow. I'm taking the human being quarterback, not the quarter. It seems like a pretty easy choice to me.
Yeah, I don't think there's any scenario there. And if there's any Bengals fan who's legitimately arguing against this, I think the only people that would be arguing against this are the old school.
Yes.
Exactly. Older fans who are not with it with analytics. And the fact of the matter is that back in the 1990s, a lot of teams would have just kicked that extra point and gone to overtime. And and the other piece of this, Jacob, is that if the NFL had college overtime rules, I think your decision making might be different too.
100%,
because
no
in that
question.
Scenario, you have the
playoffs.
100%.
Playoffs, your decisions are different because you get the ball back.
Yeah, correct. So, but in this scenario, I think you have to trust your best player with the ball in his hands, Joe Burrow. Again, I think Mike Gesicki was held on that play. I think that Tanner Hudson is probably not the best read there, but once Mike Gesicki is held, I don't know what the next read was.
Right.
I don't know what everybody else on the play was looking like, but I do know that Mike Gesicki was held. I liked them trying to draw Baltimore off sides beforehand.
Yeah, I love that. You have timeout. You can't take it with
the play call. Yep, take the timeout. So in general, that sequence felt like it went exactly like it should, with the exception of the ball going to Tanner Hudson. But I think that you tip your cap to the Ravens on that one. I don't know. I think we're all on the same page here. That's a scenario where you have to go for it. I don't think there's much debate there. It just didn't work out in your favor, and now you're left with a terrible odds and an onside kick, and that didn't go your way either, and you're left with a 35-34 loss.
That's right. Now, it's not anywhere near the list of complaints today with this Bengals loss, but another thing that I'm friendly reminded about every time we get a close game down the line, absolutely hate that you have to announce the onside kick. I mean, I know in that situation, everyone in the stadium would know you're going for it anyway, but the level of, at least the threat of surprise makes it fun. I know you can't do it with the new setup, but announcing it takes so much of the fun out of that play. But I digress. It doesn't mean anything. No one recovers them anyway. Craig, we've been at it for a while. It's been a lot of sadness. Let's try to smile a little bit. I'll do it if you do it. Look at it. I'm happy. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase are generationally talented. That is the one thing we can take away from this game is we have a quarterback and we have a wide receiver who are at the top of their position groups in the entire league. Joe Burrow was tasked with throwing the football over 55 times today. Not many quarterbacks in the league have the trust of their coach to be asked to do that, much less to perform at the level Burrow did without any real threat of a run game. 34 of 56 was Burrow for 428 yards and 4 touchdowns. 108.3 quarterback rating. Add it to the list. Week 10, that's 9 great Joe Burrow games. He's been amazing this year. If this team was anything but 4-6, he'd be minus 1,000 to win MVP. The numbers he's putting up are absolutely nuts. He continues to do it. And the biggest number to me today, you said he was hit 11 times today, Craig. He was only sacked 3 times for a loss of 7 yards. Those 3 sacks hurt, and they came at inopportune times, don't get me wrong. But the fact that number 3 is so low when he was hit 11 times, and that yardage loss number of 7 is so low, shows what he was able to do with his legs today, running to throw, running to extend plays, extending drives. Phenomenal work by Joe Burrow behind the line of scrimmage today to avoid pressure. It was in his face all night, and he was able to overcome it. The other player obviously having a career day, Jamar Chase, 11 catches, 264 yards, 3 touchdowns. This has as long as 70 yards, but you can't forget he also had a 67-yard touchdown. So a massive, massive day for Jamar Chase. 200 more yards in this game than he's had in any other game so far this year without T. Higgins. His previous high was 62 yards, 264 tonight. A great, great game from Jamar Chase. They were really the only Bengals that contributed significant amount statistically. Tanner Hudson had himself a day, though. 6 catches, 42 yards, and 1 QB sneak to go along with his touchdown. Chase Brown, 13 carries, 42 yards, 9 catches for 52 yards. He's added a ton in that receiving game, something a lot of people didn't expect from him as the Bengals starting running back this year. Mike Gesicki, just 4 catches for 30 yards. By far the worst game he's had without T. Higgins in the lineup so far today, or so far this season. Craig, those 2 guys, I feel like they're not getting enough credit because of the Bengals record, and obviously that's the case. You have to win games to get national publicity, and that's certainly something the Bengals are looking at right now. But these 2 guys this season are putting up numbers that are just otherworldly. Jamar Chase leads the league in yards and catches, or 8 yards and touchdowns after a 3-touchdown over 250-yard day. Would be floored if anyone catches him on Sunday. Joe Burrow is certainly near the top in yards now after another 400-yard performance, and I believe he's first in touchdowns. These guys are putting together a phenomenal season, and it's resulting in a 4-6 record. I think that's why every loss hurts a little bit more, but wow, we really do have 2 great ones in Cincinnati.
Yeah, I've been scrolling X just marveling at all the different stats and milestones that these 2 keep putting up. And
yep.
You know, Jamar Chase at this point, the company that he is keeping, the most 60-yard touchdowns since 2021. Jamar Chase has 12 now. Tyreek Hill has 9. Yeah. Nobody else has more than 4. Right? So that's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
Jamar Chase, get this, first player in NFL history with multiple career games of 250 receiving yards and over 2 receiving touchdowns. First player in NFL history to do it.
Wow. Against the Ravens and Chiefs.
Yep.
Against big time opponents.
And him and Jerry Rice now are the only 2 players in NFL history, period, with 225 receiving yards and multiple receiving touchdowns. In multiple games over the course of their career. I mean,
they put a graphic up on the screen at the end of this game that he was, I believe, the first player in the history of football to have 10 catches and 175 yards against the same team twice in one season.
Yep.
Unbelievable.
Yep. And then, like you said, I think Joe Burrow's and I know there's a lot of other quarterbacks that get credit. I think Joe Burrow is the best scrambling quarterback passer in the league. I realize that he's not the best scrambler. I realize that Lamar Jackson and Patrick Mahomes and some of these other guys exist. I think Joe Burrow is the best pure passer when scrambling, and he shows 100%. It every single week. And you kind of mentioned it, but he's the reason this offensive line isn't as glaring to many as they really should be, because they are atrocious. but Joe Burrow makes so many ridiculous plays that put him in a situation where he basically saves the offensive line because of their inability to block with his legs. And he's not the fastest guy, he's not the quickest guy, but he just has a feel. And I felt like early on he had a little bit of happy legs, and that happens. But, this is what we're seeing is insane. And I think we need to recognize it. I think this front office needs to recognize it and put, a team around him that can really compete for a Super Bowl. I mean, Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson this year in their two matchups, 115 for 170, 1,456 yards, 17 touchdowns, only one interception between the two of them. Joe Burrow in those games, 820 yards, 9 touchdowns, 1 interception this year, and he's 0-2, Jacob.
Yep. It's the story of our lives.
Story of our lives. But hey, here's the bright side. And I know that
hit me.
That
I need
we have done this before. Is that you have a generational proven quarterback at this point.
Yep. Hardest thing to get.
The cornerstone of the NFL's successful teams. You can do this. Duke Tobin, I am talking to you. The Bengals can do this. They can win a Super Bowl with Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow can take them to the promised land. Please extend Jamar Chase.
Yeah.
Give him an offensive line. Give him a defense that can hold teams to like 28 a game. They don't even have to be great. Just give them a decent defense, and you can win a Super Bowl, and all will be forgotten. I promise you, all will be forgotten, dude.
Everything would be all right.
Please make it happen. Mike, give Duke the budget. Go sign some guys. Stop relying on the draft where you are terrible. Go sign some proven guys to help this defense. You had a chance this past offseason to sign a couple guys late in the offseason. You didn't do it. Guys like Calais Campbell, who many thought that you should have traded for, was available in April after the draft. You could have gone and got him. I think that there's a lot of young talent on this team that can get better and will get better. They are legitimately on the defense like 2 pieces away, maybe 3, from being good enough.
Competent.
You can very easily get there next year.
Yes.
You could have got there this year, if we're being honest. But you can get there next year. Yeah. You can still compete for a playoff this year. You can compete for the Super Bowl next year. The expectations that we were coming into this year with, a number 1 seed, a Super Bowl appearance, maybe a Super Bowl win, that doesn't change next year. The expectations are exactly the same. Do your job. Go add a couple pieces and let's win a Super Bowl.
Absolutely. And it's going to be an uphill battle because every offseason in the NFL, you lose pieces as well. So those number of holes will certainly grow, and the Bengals will have to have remedies for all of that as well. Before we get out of here, Craig, while we're at our lowest, it's the most important to do the knee-jerk reaction look-aheads. It says win out on the J-bar. I don't think that's necessary. We're sitting at 4-6. 11-6 would probably get you in the conversation for winning the AFC North if you win out. I don't think the Bengals will win out. I think 11 wins would certainly be right there for division champion conversation. But I guess the first question, Joe Burrow said 7 of 9 after that Eagles loss. They've won 1 and lost 1 since then. So that would be 6 of the remaining 7. Are you on that same page? Do you think it's 10 wins to get you in, or do you think the Bengals could sneak in with 9 depending on where those losses come?
I think it depends on where the losses come. You've got games still against the Chargers and the Broncos, and they seem to be your biggest competition at this point for that last playoff spot. Those teams right now both sit at 5 wins. I'd have to look at their schedule. Let me just look. If I'm the Chargers, I've got 1, 2. Chargers have a tough schedule. Let me tell you, 4 wins left on the schedule, and then the game with the Bengals. So if they lose to the Bengals, that gives them 9 wins. The other games, they still have to play the Ravens, they have to play the Chiefs, they have to play the Buccaneers, and they have to play the Broncos. So, like, the Chargers have a somewhat difficult schedule still, and 9 wins may get you ahead of them. The Broncos, they've got the Chiefs this weekend. Man, that Broncos schedule is light, brother.
Incredibly.
The next 4 games for them, they play the Chiefs this week, but then they get Falcons, Raiders, Browns, Colts before ending the season with the Chargers, Bengals, and Chiefs.
Yeah.
I'm going to go out on a limb here.
Bo Nix has to crumble.
Partly because I don't believe in Bo Nix, partly because Justin Herbert hasn't shown me why I should believe in him.
Fair.
I think 9 wins gets you in if you beat the Chargers and Broncos.
I love that.
Like, I think that's a big piece here. You've got 4 wins right now. If you can beat the Chargers, Broncos, Titans, Browns, and one of the games against the Steelers,
and maybe
I think you've got it.
And maybe the Steelers have the 5th seed locked up in Week 18. Baltimore locks up the division. They're so distantly away from 6 and 7 that they can't move. You're resting starters in Week 18 if you're Pittsburgh. Bengals able to pick up a cheap win and sneak in as the 7 seed. Something I've been circling really all season as we look at this schedule, because as we talk about this AFC wildcard, it seems like and I take it all back. I'm not just penciling the Ravens in as division champions. This Ravens team has a lot of holes. The Steelers are a very, very complete team. I'm not entirely sure that the Steelers can't win this division. We saw the Ravens lose to Jameis Winston Browns and Gardner Minshew Raiders. This team has holes and can be taken advantage of.
I think for the Bengals' purposes, for what they need at this point, the best scenario is for the Ravens to win the division and for them to handle their business.
Yeah.
Because at this point, you've already lost both games to the Ravens. So, like, that is a wash.
I'm really not even thinking about these 2 AFC North teams, though. I feel like one of them is going to be the 1 or 2 seed and the other is going to be the 5 seed, and it's over. Like, I just don't know how one of these 2 teams falls down to the 6 or 7, I guess, is what I'm saying. So I guess my argument for the Bengals is, why does it matter what order they're in? I guess for Week 18, if the Steelers rest their starters.
Yeah, but either way, they have to be locked into whatever seed they're locked into, right? Whether that's
whether that's the 2 or the 5,
the division or the 5.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
The Bengals have a shot.
Matter,
they have that. That's the best part about this last segment. After all these losses, is we find a path. I dread the day where we sit here. If the
Ravens can handle. Here's the thing I'll say though, Jacob, is that the Ravens and Steelers still play 2 more times. They haven't played yet this year. So if you have the Ravens beat the Steelers twice. Oh my God, I can't believe I'm even saying this out loud.
Oh, no.
If the Ravens can beat the Steelers twice, the Bengals might have a chance to catch the Steelers in the standings because you play the Steelers twice as well.
Twice yourself.
You could be talking about 4 losses for the Steelers still this year, and that's not counting a game against the Eagles and the Chiefs still for the Steelers. So the Steelers could legitimately be looking at 6 more losses this year, and now you're looking at that 10-7 or 9-8 range, and I don't know. Maybe you can catch them. But who are we kidding? At the end of the day, it doesn't really matter if the Bengals can't figure things out on defense. But I think from my perspective at this point, you've lost both to the Ravens. Hope that the Ravens hold serve against the Steelers in both of their games. And that next thing you know, the Ravens are because the Steelers' schedule is rough. I mean, you've got the Commanders
all
this
your divisional
weekend.
games still coming up.
Ravens. You still have the Browns twice. You've got the Ravens twice. You got the Bengals twice, and you've got the Eagles and the Chiefs. Like their remaining schedule is 6 games against the division, the Commanders, the Chiefs, and the Eagles. Like it's a gauntlet.
Yeah.
And I know Russell Wilson looked good last week, but I don't know that I'm still sold on him being the Russell Wilson of old based on 2 games. So there's still hope.
Doors cracked. That was a good little 5-minute therapy session, Craig. That helped
There's
get me
still
out of the
hope,
well
Jacob.
a little bit. I think there is hope. But
Every
we're about
time
one
we
more
have this
loss.
Conversation.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
We have this conversation every week, every show, basically.
Yeah.
And every show I want to be done. And every show I talk myself back into believing.
I expect you to talk me out of it every
pessimist
time.
one, and I talk myself into believing every time.
I know.
Why is the
Everyone
AFC so
else
bad?
is keeping
Like,
us
just
alive.
Put me out of my misery, man.
Yeah, Bengals trying as hard as they can to eliminate themselves from contention, and the rest of the world just won't let it happen. Dragging us along. I dread the day, because it's coming. It's coming. Maybe not. Maybe the Bengals do win 6 of 7 and make the playoffs. I'm dreading the day that this conversation comes and I flip the J-bar to what does it take, and I send it over to you because I'm working on that playoff machine and I'm finding a way, and I send it over to you and you just roll your eyes and send it back. That's gonna happen at some point, maybe this season. If we're lucky, maybe not. But I dread that. I thought tonight might have been the day that I asked you what it takes and you give me nothing. But it's not. Chatterbox Bengals, we live to fight another day. There's still hope in the 2024 season. The Bengals can claw out of this. We have a generational quarterback, a generational wide receiver, and we can build off that. This season certainly hasn't gone the way the Bengals and Bengals fans have all wanted it to go so far, sitting at 4-6, 10 weeks in. You can still get to the playoffs. You can still make a run. Once you get in the dance, no one knows what can happen, and I know no one wants to play Joe Burrow in the playoffs. This isn't a long-term place to be. The 4-6, the sadness 10 weeks into the season, the giving up on the Super Bowl hopes and dreams. With about half the year left to play, this is not a permanent place. Craig talked about it there. There's only so many holes on this team to get back to a place of competency on one side of the ball. And with 9-1 on offense, I have the utmost faith in the world in that side. So as the front office and coaching staff and everyone work through the next few off seasons to continue to build that defense up, hopefully the Bengals can get back to a point where we're talking about them as Super Bowl contenders and not battling with the Chargers and Broncos for the 7 seed. But 10 weeks into 2024, that's exactly where we are. We're trying to find paths to the 7 seed. And as of now, there are still a few. The window remains cracked open. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. It hasn't been turned off yet. Hopefully the Bengals can find a way to get there. Chargers next week. It's going to be another late one. I love doing these primetime shows with you guys. Chat keeps us going. Thank you to everyone who watched all day today. It's been a fun one, obviously, until the end. But it was
Jacob,
a fun stream.
I don't know if we want to get into this night. It's late. I realize that. It's almost 1 o'clock on the East Coast.
What do you got?
These post-game comments, and again, I'm just reading these.
Let's do it.
I'm obviously not listening to them.
Let's bring some up.
Let's start here. Let's start with Jamar Chase. Post-game. Quote, I'd never expect in a million years that me and Joe would play this well and we'd have this record. It comes down to the last few minutes every time. He still has confidence that the Bengals can make the playoffs. Joe Burrow said, this one's been frustrating. If you look at how me and Jamar are playing and how Trey is playing, it's a tough pill to swallow. Sure feels like 2 guys that are throwing a team under the bus and calling people out and telling them that they need to be playing better.
Maybe that's what they need to do. Maybe going up there and saying this team's not a championship team when we all know we have a championship quarterback. Maybe blowing smoke up the ass of all these players doesn't work. Maybe you need your leaders to sit up there and say, hey, we're doing our job. We're performing at 100% top level week in and week out, at least for the most part. Jamar Chase has taken a couple of games where he's been non-existent, but for the most part this year, I mean, he's the best receiver in football statistically, so I'm not going to hold that against him. These 2 guys are delivering. Trey leads the league in sacks. He's pacing the freaking record. And you're unable to get wins. Yeah, good. I'm glad they said that because it's true.
Yeah, it is true. Are they saying it in the locker room too, though?
I would.
Don't love doing it in the media if you're not willing to do it in the locker room.
That's a fair point. Now that is absolutely a fair point.
It's the only thing I'll say.
With those two guys, when I hear that, you have to think they've been saying it in the locker room for weeks.
I don't know, because Jamar Chase just came out and told me that he doesn't talk to Jermaine Burton. So,
but I think Jamar Chase probably is walking around the locker room saying, "I'm doing my job and you guys aren't."
that's probably true.
Wouldn't doubt that at all. Not that he's talking to these guys one-on-one, but if he's saying that around the locker room, it wouldn't surprise me one bit. I mean, you're definitely right. I would like some more personal conversations amongst the best players on our teams with the rest of their teammates, but I wouldn't doubt that this had been delivered in the locker room in maybe a little less of a kind tone over the last few weeks. I wouldn't be shocked. But certainly a great point. Anytime a coach says anything to the media that they haven't said to the locker room, we tear them up for it, and it certainly applies to players and leaders as well. Joe Burrow and Jamar Chase, whether Jamar wants to be or not, he's a leader of this team, and everything he says holds a little bit more weight than anyone else. So that's a big-time one, and we'll get the actual clips and see the tone and everything like that, and dive into that a little bit more on Tuesday.
Yeah. Cam Taylor-Britt, we've got to match the turnover battle. That's what wins games. I've got to go up and I've got to go get that ball. I think we all agree he had that interception that would have changed things for sure. Wasn't able to come down with it. Zach Taylor on the 3rd and 2 and 4th and 2 deep calls said that those are progressions. We'll take a one-on-one shot every time. Yeah, I mean, some interesting post-game comments that I'm sure we will go over on Tuesday. Follow along on the Chatterbox Sports Twitter. They are retweeting a lot of these videos and sharing a lot of these videos. So Joe Burrow on the missed calls on the final don't drive. We didn't talk about it, but Joe Burrow was hitting the face mask on that 2-point conversion. That wasn't called as well. Quote, I feel like I've never really gotten those calls, so I don't really expect that. That's interesting. But yeah, so long story short, certainly some frustration seemingly coming out. Jamar Chase was asked if he was open on the Bengals 2-point conversion attempt, and his response was, quote, yeah, I'm always open. That's
we know, Jamar.
We know. And then just the Zach Taylor asked about the 2-point conversion, quote, we came here to win. And then one final quote from Zach Taylor, quote, it's frustrating because of the work we put in. We pour our hearts and souls into this thing. We have got a good football team, and our record just doesn't show that yet. There's still time. This team is going to hang in there and be there in the end. And like I just said, I haven't lost faith that is the case. And Jacob, everyone watching, you can continue to tune in every week. Chatterbox Bengals, Jacob and I will be right here for the ride as we battle our way back to the playoffs, Jacob.
That's right. There's no one I'd rather fight this uphill fight with than Craig here to my, I guess that would be my left, and then the rest of this chat here with us. So we appreciate everyone for watching. This was a tough one. A lot of memories, a lot of plays in this game that I think probably would have went down in history if the Bengals were able to pull this one out. And again, they're lost to time, as it seems like a lot of this Bengals season will be. Uphill fight the rest of the way. Bengals are going to have to claw it out to get there. Craig and I will be back. We don't get to forget this game quite yet. Craig and I will be back on Tuesday night to break down the film, show you guys where it went wrong, talk about it a little bit more, really try to turn this page as we go into Sunday Night Football against the Chargers in LA this coming week. Thank you to everyone who tuned in. It was a tough one, and we appreciate you every step of the way. Hooday until we die. That's how it works. Wins or losses, you bleed the orange and black. Thank you to everyone who watched. We'll catch you guys next time.